34 for Ohtani to lead the National League. Rangers tipped the Astros 4-3 in 10 innings. Josh Smith smacked his first career walk-off jack. Diamondbacks tripped the Guardians 7-6 in 10 innings. Red Sox pounded out 18 hits in a 9-5 win over the Royals. Everybody in the Boston lineup had at least one hit. Masataka Yoshida had 4. Reds rolled over the Marlins 10-3. Ellie De La Cruz 4 hits, 2 doubles, 2 taters, 3 RBI. Giants nailed the Nationals 4-1. Rookie Tyler Fitzgerald hit a leadoff dinger. That's his 11th home run in the last 17 games. Matt Chapman added a 3-run shot. He's made long-distance calls in each of the last 3 games. Twins shut out the Cubs 3-0 behind the 4-hit pitching of David Festa and the Festivals. And the Mets blanked the Cardinals 6-0 in a makeup game from May. Sean Manaea and the Maniacs scattered 6 hits.
Really using my fastball to get ahead of guys, and then the sweeper's been good as like a first pitch or trying to get back foot to guys. Yeah, I'd say those 2 things, and fishing guys off early.
Tyrone Taylor cleared the bases with a double to break it open. The NFL preseason schedule gets going this week with 2 games on Thursday, the Panthers at the Patriots and the Lions at the Giants. The Chiefs signed Harrison Butker to an extension that makes him the highest paid kicker in the NFL. And the college football coaches preseason poll is out. Georgia is number 1, just months after their 2-year run as national champions came to an end. The Bulldogs got 46 of 55 first place votes, followed by second-ranked Ohio State with 7. Texas and defending champ Michigan nabbed the other 2 top nods, coming in 4th and 8th, respectively. That's Tuesday Sports.
Thank you, sir. It's 8 till. When America in the Morning returns, an unlikely star at this year's Olympics is not an athlete, but rather a D-O-double-G. More When America in the Morning continues after these messages.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Are you drowning in IRS tax debt?
I owe the IRS $37,000.
Get ready for a toll-free hotline. Take advantage of new IRS tax forgiveness programs that may protect you from IRS collection agencies. They have the power to garnish your wages, liens on your property, and levy your bank account. Civic Tax Relief can help protect you from the IRS.
Civic Tax Relief basically represented me against the IRS, and by the time everything was completed, I didn't owe the IRS anything.
Find out about the Fresh Start program that is now available through Civic Tax Relief. Civic Tax Relief's special tax hotline can help you discover all the relief programs available for free.
I would recommend anyone who has a tax problem to contact Civic Tax Relief.
For free information, call 800-841-0908. 800-841-0908. Don't wait. Call now. 800-841-0908. That's 800-841-0908.
We're back. This is America in the Morning. It's 4 till. The rapper T.I. was arrested in Atlanta for a crime in name only. Correspondent Kevin Carr explains.
Rapper T.I. got an unexpected welcome in Atlanta on Sunday. TMZ reports the 43-year-old artist, whose real name is Clifford Harris, was arrested at the Hartsfield-Jackson Airport for a warrant issued in Baltimore, Maryland. The warrant was issued in June for alleged involvement in violent behavior towards a woman, stalking, and possible gun charges. After being taken to the Clayton County Jail, it was soon discovered to be a case of mistaken identity. At his extradition hearing later in the day, it was discovered that the warrant was issued for a different Clifford Harris who weighed 205 pounds. T.I., who is known for his slender build, weighs only 165. The judge quickly dismissed the extradition order and the rap artist was released within 2 hours of his arrest. I'm Kevin Carr.
Rapper, celebrity endorser, friend of Martha Stewart, sports enthusiast, and so much more, Snoop Dogg is certainly enjoying his time at the Olympics. Here's correspondent Margie Zaraletta with more on Snoop's enthusiasm for the Games.
Snoop Dogg says when NBC hired him, he thought he was supposed to wear a suit and tie and give serious commentary. Until NBC told him just be himself. Snoop has interviewed Team USA athletes and hung out with their families during competitions. Snoop acknowledges that nobody expected him to be good at this, except for him.
Rappers aren't supposed to do this, and I tend to I do the unthinkable.
Snoop admits he is not getting a lot of sleep. He says he's having too much fun, and Paris is not the town for sleeping. I'm Archie Zaraletta.
America in the Morning for Tuesday, August 6th, 2024 is produced by Alexander Hinton. Senior producer Kevin Delaney. I'm John Trout. This is Westwood One.
People have asked me why I chose soda weight loss instead of one of those shots or injections. Honestly, one of the reasons was because first, I knew soda got results. I just looked at my friends who'd already done it, and second, I knew those results stuck. With the shots, most people eventually gain back the weight they lost and then some, because it doesn't change the habits that led to their weight gain in the first place. Soda weight loss specializes in releasing the toxic deep down fat mass in the belly without drugs, pills, or shots. I let go of 70 pounds in just 5 months. They've helped me change my relationship with food and develop simple life habits that'll make my long-term success a sure thing. Basically, soda gets results and they last. See for yourself at sodaweightloss.com. Check out the thousands of before and after pictures of people just like you and me. While you're there, click the Request a Nutritionist callback. Within minutes, you'll be talking to someone who truly wants to help you get in the best shape of your life for the rest of your life. Go to sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com. And remember, soda stands for, say it with me, State of the Art.
KSL FM Midvale, KSL Salt Lake City. This is KSL News Radio, Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Good morning. KSL News Time is 5 o'clock. This is Utah's Morning News. I'm Tim Hughes. Amanda Dixon with the morning off. Our top story this morning, police are investigating the death of a sheriff's deputy in Tooele, calling it suspicious in nature. KSL News Radio's Michael Committee is live with more. Michael?
Tim, 25-year-old Marbella Martinez was sworn in as a corrections officer back in January, but she was found dead in her home last Thursday. Since then, detectives are determining how she died, and police have named her father, Hector, as a person of interest. They're asking anyone with information about him to reach out to the police. In a press release, Sheriff Rosie Rivera with the Salt Lake County Sheriff's Office says Martinez became a cherished friend and an integral part of their team over the time she was a deputy. Reporting live, Michael Kimmett, KSL News Radio.
Tooele Police Corporal Colby Bentley says Martinez worked hard to protect her community.
It makes it a little bit harder when they're brand new because they have so much fire going into it.
Bentley says it's hard seeing a life get cut short so suddenly. Dozens of protesters showed up last night to demand answers from the Utah Division of Child and Family Services following the death of 12-year-old Gavin Peterson. KSL News Radio's Adam Small is live with the details. Adam?
10 people gathered with signs and chants demanding DCFS explain what went wrong when they were asked by several people to look into Gavin's home life, the red flags. Despite those reports, he died from what police say was years of abuse and malnutrition. Sabrina Tracy organized the protest. She tells KSL TV.
When I heard Gavin's story, I am not kidding. I walked into the bathroom and I threw up. That was purely stress and grief.
DCFS has issued their first public statement since this case has gone public, saying that Gavin's case is truly the worst case scenario for them, that they plan to conduct a thorough internal investigation. They will present those findings to state lawmakers next month. Live, Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
A West Valley owner is facing charges for 24 crimes after being accused of predatory towing. KSL News Radio's Verl Johansson joins me live with the details. Verl?
Tim, Jason Lovato owns Bailout Towing in West Valley City. KSL.com reports that Lovato was charged with 15 second-degree felonies, 8 third-degree felonies, and a Class A misdemeanor on July 31st. Now, all the charges are based on claims that Lovato has been targeting immigrant and minority semi-truck drivers. West Valley police say they also learned that Lovato's company has had lots of complaints about unlawful towing and illegal methods since 2022. Live, Verl Johansson, KSL News Radio.
KSL's top national stories this hour. Vice President Kamala Harris now the official Democratic presidential nominee. The nomination became official last night after a 5-day round of online balloting by Democratic National Convention delegates. 99% of the votes were for Harris. Meantime, Harris is getting some unexpected help from Arizona Republicans ahead of her visit to the state later this week. A group of past and present members of the Arizona GOP are calling on Republicans and independents to join them in supporting Harris for president. Mesa, Arizona Mayor John Giles is the chair of the Republicans for Harris Advisory Committee.
She is the best candidate, and I think all of us will agree that in spite of our party affiliations, as loyal Americans, we need to rise to the task, and we need to vote for the best candidate.
Giles said it's time to put party over candidate. The Arizona State GOP chair pointed out it's not the first time Giles has endorsed a Democrat. Harris is also expected to reveal her running mate today.
Meeting at her Washington, D.C. home with the leading contenders. Arizona Senator and retired astronaut Mark Kelly, the husband of Gabby Giffords, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, a retired school teacher and 6-term congressman.
Hi, Governor. Anything on the beef steaks yet? I got nothing for you, man.
And popular first-term Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, a former prosecutor.
Harris says the pair will debut at a campaign event tonight in Philadelphia. Time for First Look Traffic, and we already have an accident out there, Heather Kelly.
Yeah, we do. This is on the 201 freeway eastbound, right at the exit to Bangor Highway. 2 right lanes are blocked, including part of that exit ramp. Only 1 left lane is getting through. Traffic is backed up to 5600 west. We also have a closure of a ramp on the west side belt going southbound at 700 north. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
A farmer's market in Murray is finding new ways to make it fun and interactive for the kids, and maybe even get them to try a new veggie. KSL News Radio's Eric Cabrera has the details.
Every Saturday, the Murray Park Farmers Market are inviting kids to join the Power of Produce Club, where they're rewarded for trying a different fruit or vegetable of the day.
We actually give them what we call pop bucks. So they get like this pretend $2 bill, but it's real money, and they decide how they want to spend it on fruits and vegetables at the market.
That was Utah Farm Bureau Manager Adelaide Corey Dish, who hopes the program helps kids understand where their food comes from while making it fun for them to make their own food choices. The Pop Club is free and exclusive to the Murray Park Farmers Market every Saturday. Eric Cabrera, KSL News Radio.
Paris 2024.
Team USA struggled in the gymnastics ring. ABC's Andrew Dimbert has the latest.
Simone Biles and Suni Lee both fell on the balance beam, the tumbles costing the gymnasts their shot at the podium.
I'm a little bit disappointed just because that's not how I wanted to end my Olympics.
Lee, who battled through multiple kidney infections to make it to the games.
I didn't even think that I would make it here, so to make it here is an accomplishment in itself.
Biles, heavily favored on the floor exercise, narrowly missed out on the gold, stepping out of bounds twice during her routine.
Wasn't my best performances.
The mistakes cost her 0.6 of a point, allowing Brazilian Rebecca Andrade to slide into first.
The second place spot earned Biles her 11th Olympic medal. Team USA's climbing team based out of Salt Lake City got their start yesterday. We get the story from KSL TV's Alex Cabrera.
Climbing competition began today here in Paris, and since USA Climbing is based in Salt Lake City, it meant a lot of Utah athletes were competing in this event. The men went first in the men's boulder and lead competition, Colin Duffy and Jesse Grouper, but it wasn't the event both were hoping for. Colin came in 11th place out of 20 climbers. Grouper, who recently moved to Salt Lake City to live and train with the national team, he came in 18th.
The women's speed climbing got off to a strong start. Emma Hunt set a world record for a few minutes. I've just been watching some of this morning. It's taking them a little over 5 seconds to climb that wall. They have nothing, or Spider-Man has nothing over these Olympic climbers, I'll tell you. We're going to hear more about the games later this morning when we talk to KSL sports anchor Sam Farnsworth. That's coming up at 7:15. Just ahead, we'll get the latest on the drive. Already an accident out there on Bangor Highway. And I think our Andy Farnsworth actually was stuck in it. We'll check it. We'll check it coming up next.
Let's face it, nothing makes you look older than you really are than thinning hair. But what if you could not only increase your hair count, but promote new hair growth without surgery, without drugs with potential side effects, and without a prescription from your doctor? Well, now you can, thanks to a breakthrough new supplement called Hair Grow, provided by New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Europe. Hair Grow is now available in the U.S. Only Hair Grow contains Tocogaya, a powerful antioxidant that has received a U.S. patent. Multiple clinical studies show Hair Grow is safe and effective in promoting new hair growth. In one study, 95% of the patients using hair growth saw increased hair count. Don't lose more time and more hair. Try Hair Growth today to feel and look your best. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS. Look younger and feel more confident with Hair Grow by New Nordic at NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS.
She wants a diamond, and you want to give her one. Sierra West Jewelers carries beautiful laboratory-grown diamonds with 90 pointers starting at only $499, 1 carat starting at only $789, and 2 carats start at $1,698. If it's fine jewelry you want, find it at Sierra West Jewelers, across from the malls in Sandy, Orem, and Murray, or at SierraWestJewelers.com.
Spend time with KSL News Radio and get a deeper understanding of the world around us.
You've got voices like Boyd Matheson.
I enjoy his measured approach to things.
A very balanced view.
Inside Sources, weekdays 1 to 3
on KSL News Radio.
We're going to continue to follow this investigation of the death of a sheriff's deputy in Tooele this morning. They're calling it suspicious in nature. Team coverage coming up here on KSL. But at 5:09, it's Traffic and Weather Together, brought to you by Sinclair's Dino Pay app. Save up to 20 cents a gallon. And he's got personal experience with an early morning crash out there.
Yeah, it doesn't happen too often, but eastbound 21st South Freeway, you're going to be in backups between 56 West and Bangerter Highway. There's a crash on 201 at the Bangerter exit at the moment. It doesn't look like they're letting anybody exit 201 at Bangerter. And then just a heads up, they've got that bridge closure in place at 3200 West, so that means when you pass Bangerter, you'll try that new exit. It's not really an exit, but the road takes you down onto 3200 and back up onto 201. Didn't get to try that out, so I don't know for sure what that's like. Heather?
We're looking pretty good through Weber and Davis counties. No delays right now southbound I-15 from Ogden to Salt Lake. Legacy Parkway also running pretty smoothly, but if you transition onto the west side belt and you typically exit at 700 North, you will not be able to take that 700 North exit. We have a jackknife semi that's blocking that exit ramp, so you need to find an alternate there. Eric?
No issues in Utah County. I-15 running smooth from Provo to Point of the Mountain on the northbound side. That's about a 20-minute drive. Provo Canyon looking good if you're heading on 189 out to Heber City. And I-80 through Parley's Canyon, no difficulties there. Pedestrians only cross at crosswalks. Drivers, slow down and hover over your brake around pedestrians. Meet in the middle so your paths don't. A message from Utah Department of Public Safety. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
Calling for partly cloudy skies by this afternoon. Temperatures around 103. Overnight, 76, partly cloudy skies with a slight chance for an overnight sprinkle. 100 tomorrow, mostly sunny skies. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Matt mentioned those overnight sprinkles. There was actually a little lightning show that passed through the valley about an hour or so ago, leaving some wet roads behind. But right now in downtown Salt Lake City, it's just 81 degrees. I mentioned that we're going to be talking with Sam Farnsworth at 7:15 this morning, but we're going to head to Paris coming up in just a few minutes. Inez de la Catera has been doing a great job of giving us just a bird's eye view of how each day goes. So we'll look at day 10 coming up here on KSL News Radio. Streaming live at KSLNewsRadio.com and on the app for KSL News Radio. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
A happy place comes in many colors. One that leaves you feeling refreshed. Something that gets you all fired up. Or gives you the space to chill. Whatever your color, bring happiness home with CertaPro Painters and make your happy place your home. CertaPro Painters. That's painting happy. Get started today at CertaPro.com. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. Contractor license and registration information is available at CertaPro.com.
At Common Spirit Health, we know that lifelong health and well-being starts with primary care. So we have doctors and providers who see you, hear you, know you, and understand you. Because understanding you means understanding your needs. And that leads to a deeper knowledge of the prevention, wellness, and treatment options that may be best for you. It's primary care that treats your whole family like family. It's primary care with human kindness. Discover all the ways you can find and connect with a primary care provider at mountain.commonspirit.org.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want? Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. J.D. Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store. And now, during our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Limited time. For J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Hi, welcome to Staples.
Yeah, my daughter needs a laptop for college, but I need to watch the budget.
Well, Staples hot deals on tech are backed by a price match guarantee, so our prices won't be beat.
Great. I can't believe my baby's starting college.
She'll do great.
I know.
Oh, let's get you a great deal on a laptop.
Save big on tech for school at Staples. Now get up to $300 off select PCs. Ends 8/24 price match guarantee valid within 14 days of purchase. Exclusions apply. For details, visit staples.com/price match.
Let me ask you a question. You have a best friend? How big would it shock you if somebody told you that your best friend just killed somebody?
911, what's your emergency? Someone on the other line said they kidnapped my son, and they're demanding $500,000.
On September 12th, 1995, 12-year-old McKay Everett disappeared from his home in Conroe, Texas. It was a crime that shocked the community because the suspect was so unlikely, so unexpected.
Former high-ranking police official, he'd run for sheriff at one point.
Law enforcement personnel were pretty much split down the middle over whether or not he actually did this.
And to this day, McKay's mother, Paulette, still feels that justice was never truly served.
I've asked myself so many times, what in the world happened?
Ransom is available now. Listen at ransompodcast.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
KSL News Time, 5:15. The 3 things you need to know this hour. First,
a young sheriff's deputy was found dead in her home in Tooele, and police are investigating it as suspicious. I'm KSL News Radio's Michael Kimmett.
Second, the search for a 51-year-old man who went missing at Willard Bay continues. Multiple agencies have joined the search, now turned recovery mission. Third, traffic and weather together.
Backups on the 21st South Freeway as you try to pass a crash near Bangerter Highway. They got you down to just one left lane, although they did reopen the Bangerter exit for eastbound 201. And we've got a jackknifed semi on southbound 215 at the 700 North exit on the west side. I'm Andy Farnsworth in the KSL Traffic Center.
Partly cloudy with a high of 103, then one more day of triples. I'm Matt Johnson.
It is a very warm start to the morning, 81 degrees now from the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. And the latest on Hurricane Debbie now from ABC News.
From ABC News, I'm Brian Clark. Debbie has been blamed for 5 deaths across the southeast, and more danger could be on the way because of potentially historic rainfall. Those rains pouring down in Savannah, Georgia, where there's a curfew in place for tonight. North Carolina's governors declared a state of emergency. In Raleigh, this man says he's ready for the storm.
We got all candles and batteries and flashlights, and I had all that stuff ready.
Parts of the region could see record rainfall. Futures markets pointing to a higher open today as Japan's Nikkei responded to its worst day since 1987 by climbing 11%. All of this followed Monday's Wall Street sell-off.
Blame for the stock market gut punch is being laid largely at the feet of Federal Reserve officials for not reducing interest rates after their meeting last week.
They had their foot flat on the brake at the time when they achieved their goals, and they've been slow to take that foot off.
Moody's Analytics chief economist Mark Zandi says that while days like Monday will happen,
the trend line is still very positive.
He's urging his clients not to look at their retirement accounts today. Instead, he says,
go read a book.
Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Markets could also be reacting to political news. Vice President Kamala Harris will announce her running mate selection today, and also concerning for investors the situation in the Middle East as Iran's vowed retaliation against Israel. And Secretary of State Antony Blinken said Monday,
we are engaged in intense diplomacy, pretty much round the clock, with a very simple message. All parties must refrain from escalation. All parties must take steps to ease tensions.
The Pentagon says several U.S. troops were hurt in a rocket attack on a base in western Iraq. And the prosecutor's office in Paris says a museum network was hit by a ransomware attack, but it's not disrupting Olympic events. You're listening to ABC News.
Let's talk about those Olympics, because yesterday American gymnast Simone Biles wrapped up her 2024 Olympic run with surprising results. Joining me live from Paris, ABC News correspondent Inez de la Catera. You know, gymnasts like Simone and athletes in general, Inez, make it look so easy that we sometimes forget they're humans. But she fell, and we had another fall, I think, both on the beam, didn't we?
That's exactly right. Yeah, and you can't win them all, so we're still very proud of them. But yes, this was the last day of artistic gymnastics yesterday, and you had Simone Biles and Suni Lee competing in the beam final. Both of them fell off the beam, so we did not make the podium in that competition. They then went on to the floor final, so that was Simone Biles and Jordan Childs. They did do very well in that, so Simone got the silver and Jordan got the bronze, so 2 medals there for Team USA. I think there were those that were, a bit disappointed that Simone didn't get the gold. She was, on her way there, and then I think she, what cost her the gold was really what are called neutral deductions, which she stepped out of bounds twice with both feet. And typically she's able to stand those deductions because her routines are so difficult. In this case, the Brazilian athlete was just so incredible. Her routine was so flawless that it was the Brazilian Rebecca Andrade who did win the gold. They a bit of a disappointment there, but they still did amazing in winning those 2 medals. And I will say there was a very sweet moment at the end when all 3 of them got up on the podium, and both Simone and Jordan kind of bowed down to Andrade as she was kind of celebrating her gold medal win. And it was a very sweet moment of, these are women who fiercely compete against each other, but who will still support each other and cheer each other on. And it was a nice moment of camaraderie.
Yeah, that's really what the Olympics are all about. And that moment for Andrade was especially meaningful to her because she had come close, I think, in prior events and just came a little bit short. So it was nice to see her break through.
That's right, yeah, and she's just 17, so she is just getting started. But a huge win there for Brazil, and she's. I think she's captured the hearts of so many. She did extremely well in the individual all around and the team all around as well, and it was a well-deserved medal yesterday. Her routine was absolutely amazing, and I think we're all very excited to see what she does next. And it was fun. All 3 women seem to be having a lot of fun, and they seem to be genuine friends. So that's really nice to see.
I was just looking at the medal totals. There's nobody even close to us when you look overall, but we're tied now this morning with China in the gold category with 21 apiece.
That's right, yeah, so that's some really good news for Team USA. So we were tied with China over the weekend. China then won a couple medals yesterday, and that put them over the edge. But we are now back up to being tied with them for 21 medals each. It was a surfing medal that got us back up there that they just won this morning, actually, over in Tahiti, where there have been a number of weather issues. We've talked a lot about the weather here in Paris and the rain affecting the opening ceremony and the Seine water quality. But in Tahiti, they've been having weather issues, too, so the surfing has been continuously delayed. And they did eventually hold those competitions this morning, and they did. Team USA did win the gold there, so that's what helped us tie China again. And we are leading by far in the total medal counts with 79 medals in all.
Inez, you've been doing a great job. Thank you for your time again this morning. ABC News correspondent Inez de la Catera there in Paris. Let's get a look at traffic and weather together here, brought to you by Sinclair's DinoPay app. Save up to 20 cents a gallon. Still a problem there on Bangerter Highway, Andy.
Well, yeah, it's actually on the 201 freeway, Tim, at the Bangerter Highway exit. Now, we knew there was going to probably be some kind of slowdowns this morning as people got used to the new traffic pattern with the closure of the 3200 West overpass, but this crash at Bangerter Highway creating a huge backup that's not really going to be how things are going to go. So right now you're going to see an extra 5 to 10 minutes at least to get between 5600 West and Bangerter. And then after that, you'll still have that detour off the freeway and back on around 3200 West. Heather?
Well, we do have an accident on the west side belt. This is I-215 southbound. If you plan to exit at 700 North, you cannot. We have a jackknife semi that is blocking that 700 North exit ramp, so you'll need to use either 2100 North or I-80 to get wherever it is you're going. I-15 itself, though, coming out of Weber and Davis County, that's still at freeway speeds less than 30 minutes into Salt Lake. Eric?
And it looks good coming out of Tooele County this morning, northbound SR 36.
No difficulties from Tooele through Stansbury all the way up to the entrance onto I-80. Now, I-80 into the mountains through Parley's Canyon. No difficulties there. Not seeing any slow movement going up over the top of Parley Summit. I-15 Utah County. That's also looking good. It's the end of summer sale with Zero Res. Get 3 rooms cleaned starting at $99 plus 20% off your air duct cleaning. Visit ZeroRes.com and book your appointment today. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL 7-day forecast, partly cloudy skies today with a high of 103. Tomorrow, mostly sunny, 100 the high, but smoke starting to filter back into northern Utah by tomorrow afternoon and evening. Smoky skies likely on Thursday, 98, mostly sunny skies. Partly cloudy, 99 on Friday. Saturday, chance for storms, 97. We'll keep thunderstorm chances in the forecast on Sunday, 93. Before you know it, we're down to 92 and partly cloudy on Monday. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Don't be surprised if you find a little wet road here or there. We've had a few showers passing through the valley. Right now, it's a warm start to the day, 81 degrees, and your 7-day forecast brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful. Markets, maybe they recover a little bit of the losses from yesterday. Boy, some of the numbers of billionaire losses in a single day of crazy markets is really something. We'll take a look at both of those things when we come back.
Discover the best of senior living at Trio Orem and Trio South Ogden. Today's older adults aren't wrapping up their life's journey, they're seeking a new one. And Trio Independent Living is here to help them do just that. With a smart, modern, and connected lifestyle, residents cultivate relationships and maximize independence through signature programs like Prime Fit Wellness that bring living well and well-being to life. Welcome to the new age of senior living. Schedule your visit at leisurecare.com/Utah today.
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. JD Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store. And now, during our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number Limited Edition smart bed. Limited time. For JD Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Watching Utah's Money this morning is brought to you by Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com. After yesterday's massive plunge, Japan's Nikkei soared more than 10% this morning. Some notable shares made up for their losses and rose by double-digit percentages, such as Toyota, which jumped 12%. Honda was up 14%. Amazon's Jeff Bezos received the largest single-day loss of any billionaire in yesterday's stock market sell-off. He lost $8 billion. NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang lost around $7.9 billion. Meta's CEO Mark Zuckerberg's net worth sank by $7 billion. Google's antitrust lost where a federal judge ruled they were monopolizing search engines could cost Apple billions of dollars. The deal could force Google to cancel a long-term money-making agreement with Apple that requires them to use Google as the default search engine across its devices. All right, here's the way the markets are shaping up after the crazy day we had yesterday. We've got green numbers to share. The Dow Jones Industrial, and it just disappeared from me here, up 276 points. That's 3/4. The futures of the S&P up 48. That's almost a full percent. And the NASDAQ, tech stocks recovering a full percent so far this morning. It's up 190. Gold is also up $6.80 an ounce. Eastbound crash on the 201 to start the morning. It's just before the 3200 West exit and still causing some problems there. We'll check that spot and the rest of the valley when we come back.
Hey, this is Dan, the laptop man from PCLaptops.com. I've been advertising with KSL Radio for decades now, and radio works. With all the clutter on social media, radio cuts through all the noise and gets directly into your customer's brain. If you're a small business and want to reach the local audience here in Salt Lake City, KSL Radio is the way to go.
If you'd like to know more about the benefits of advertising with KSL News Radio, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com.
Is it the beginning of a slowdown?
Nearly everything on Wall Street is tumbling.
Or just a bump in the road?
The jobs report on Friday in the U.S. came in significantly weaker than expected.
Get up to the minute updates on the U.S. economy and how it impacts your bottom line.
We have you covered.
Mornings and afternoons
on KSL News Radio.
Boyd Matheson.
Listening to Inside Sources is a little different from just reading the headlines because we're always going to get you into that think again moment. We have experts from around the country, across the world, and right here local to home that'll help us dive in and get past just the hype, the fluff, the fake fights, and the false choice so we can get into the news to help you connect the dots and make the news make sense.
Join Inside Sources with Boyd Matheson, 1 to 3 on KSL News Radio.
KSL News Time 529. Traffic and weather together. Brought to you by Sinclair's Dino Pay app. Save up to 20 cents a gallon. Back to you, Andy.
Well, Tim, right now, if you're on eastbound 21st South Freeway, you've got a bit of a wait already this morning between Mountain View Corridor and Bangerter Highway. That's because of a crash at the Bangerter exit. They're forcing everybody into the far left lane. And then just a heads up, there is a new lane configuration. Looks like this morning, at least on westbound 201, they're going to force you off onto that new ramp thing that'll put you back on as you head as they've closed down the bridge. Heather?
No accidents or delays right now on I-15 or US 89 in Weber and Davis counties. But if you transition onto Legacy Parkway, we do have lane restrictions in place. Only the left lane is open right now as you head south through Farmington on Legacy. And then as you transition onto the west side belt, we have a closure of the exit ramp to 700 North. That is due to a jackknife semi. Eric.
We got good movement through Parley's Canyon this morning. Not seeing any difficulties if you're heading out to Park City or beyond. If you're out in Utah County, I-15 northbound, that's also looking good. It's a 22-minute drive northbound from Springville to Point of the Mountain. Plan to visit the 12th annual Utah Renaissance Fair, August 23rd and 24th at the Young Living Farms in Mona, Utah. Visit utahrenfair.org for tickets and details. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
Could it be that the last couple of triple-digit days are happening today and tomorrow? Let's keep our fingers crossed. 103 today, 100 tomorrow, and then we drop into the 90s, and by Monday next week, we'll actually be in the lower 90s for highs. Right now, 78 in Salt Lake City.
You're listening to Utah's Morning News with Tim Hughes and Amanda Dixon
on KSL News Radio,
102.7 FM and 1160 AM.
Good morning. KSL News Time now is 5:30, and our top story this half hour. Today, several cities from the Alpine School District will vote on whether to put a school district split on the ballot. KSL News Radio's Heather Peterson explains.
The Alpine School District has seen a lot of growth and now serves more than 86,000 students. Leaders have been trying to figure out if splitting the district in 2 or 3 can better serve and represent every city in the district.
There are a lot of needs throughout the district. The taxes are going up no matter what configuration, even if we stay together. So I think the more the public knows and understands what we're going to be facing, the more that they're going to be able to support and be on board and be able to work through those challenges.
Lehigh City Council member Heather Newell says that after a 45-day public comment period, today the city councils from the proposed Central and West school districts will decide whether voters should get the chance in November to split up the district. Heather Peterson, KSL News Radio.
More information on the proposed split and today's city council meetings can be found at kslnewsradio.com. UDOT is working to help keep kids safe ahead of the school year. KSL News Radio's Michael Committee is live with that story. Michael?
Tim, the department is offering a bunch of different resources, and one of these is called the Safe Routes to School program, and its whole purpose is to promote safely walking or biking to school. Congestion around public schools can make an outdoor trek a little risky for students, and Safe Routes helps by mapping out the safest way a kid could take. The way it works is UDOT provides an interactive map that shows stoplights, crosswalks, and bus stops. K-12 students and their parents can then use this to plan out the safest route, and not only does this claim to reduce pedestrian risk, it can also reduce that school site congestion as well. Reporting live, Michael Commit, KSL News Radio.
We are working to gather new details this morning about a crash involving an ambulance that injured several people. KSL News Radio's Adam Small is live with the latest. Adam?
Tim, this happened last night just after 6:30 at 5600 South and Harrison Boulevard in South Ogden. Now, we're still looking to hash out some of the hard details like what caused the crash, how many people were hurt, and the extent of their injuries. So far, South Ogden police have only said several people were taken to the hospital. Now, a witness told KSL TV she saw first responders helping a family out of one car. They also learned that the ambulance did have a patient inside at the time of the crash. We're working to contact police as we speak to see if we can get some new information. Live, Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
A woman is grateful to have her child back after her car was stolen with her 8-month-old daughter asleep in the back. KSL TV's Debbie Worthen reports.
It was right here in this mobile home park, the split second that sent Erica Medina into a full-scale panic.
Like a crazy lady screaming everywhere, my daughter, my daughter.
Seconds later, she calls 911.
This was an all-hands-on-deck situation.
And police act fast.
This was one of those calls where we didn't know what the outcome was going to be.
And seconds matter. Then, just moments later,
we got information that he had shown up to the sheriff's office.
The thief, 29-year-old Dimitri Saliba, handed the baby to a bystander who turned out to be an off-duty officer. Saliba was taken into custody, and the baby was reunited with Medina. Our top national story this hour from ABC News. Debbie hit Florida as a hurricane, but has been reduced now back to a tropical storm. It will soak the south at a slow rate, increasing flood danger and making tree fallings more likely. ABC Chief Meteorologist Ginger Z is in Savannah, Georgia, where the storm is headed next.
As it tries to exit the normal waterways and tributaries and all the things, the rivers that take it to the ocean, it won't be able to, because the storm's going to park itself just where it can counterclockwise rotate the water of the ocean right up against and kind of plug those rivers and not allow any of it to come down. So that combo on top of the really heavy rain is going to make for an ugly, ugly thing.
They're saying 20 to 30 inches possible by the time this thing moves on. The storm caused hundreds of flight cancellations, too, and at last report from ABC had killed at least 5 people. Hurricane Debbie blew 25 packages of cocaine worth $1 million onto the Florida Keys Beach. Those 25 packages equated to 70 pounds of the illegal drug. A, quote, Good Samaritan discovered the drugs and contacted U.S. Border Patrol authorities, who seized them immediately. All right, let's get first look traffic now and go back to Andy Farnsworth.
Well, right now, if you're traveling on 201, you've got eastbound delays from Mountain View Corridor to Bangerter Highway till you can get past a crash. We have a semi that jackknifed on southbound 215 at the 700 North exit on the west side of Salt Lake City. But if you're on the main corridor of I-15, at least so far, you haven't seen any extra slowdowns. I'm Andy Farnsworth in the KSL Traffic Center.
Utah will execute a man later this week for the first time in over a decade, and that means a lot of costs that taxpayers will bear. KSL News Radio's Becky Bruce crunched some numbers. Just housing Tabor and Honey has already cost taxpayers an estimated $1.2 million and counting.
We start with the Department of Corrections' own estimates that it costs just over $51,000 a year to house the average inmate. Honey was sentenced 25 years ago, which brings us to that first number. But KSL legal analyst Greg Skorda says that doesn't tell the whole story. Capital punishment appeals are much more expensive than regular criminal appeals, and the state picks up much of the tab.
Skorda says the drugs used for lethal injection can cost in the hundreds of thousands of dollars just for one dose. He also says there are multiple studies that show life in prison is less expensive than capital punishment. The last time a death row inmate was executed was in 2010, and journalist Pat Reevey and Cheryl Worsley witnessed the execution. They shared their thoughts with KSL TV's Daniel Woodruff.
Pat, now with KSL.com, was working for the Deseret News.
Ronnie Lee was.
Cheryl, who oversees KSL podcasts, was the news director at KSL News Radio.
You're performing the journalistic act of bearing witness to the execution, but how do you process personally watching someone be put to death?
That's a good question. I don't know that you fully process that.
Worsley, as was reported there, was the news director for KSL News Radio at the time. Utah keeping firefighting resources closer to home, with some officials saying critical fire conditions are back. KSL News Radio's Verl Johansson joins me live with more. Verl?
Tim, Utah Fire Info reports 6 new fires have started in the last 24 hours. We also had 2 buildings catch fire in Springville and in Provo in the last 2 days. KSL.com reports the decision to hold firefighting resources in Utah was made because of possible dry lightning this week, with dry conditions continuing across the state. I'll have more info on more of those fires later. Today, live, Verl Johansson, KSL News Radio.
Big delay still Mountain View to Bangerter if you're eastbound on the 201 because of a crash, and southbound crash on 215 West Belt at the ramp at 700 North means you won't be able to use that exit either. Already a couple of problems out there. Traffic and weather together in just a minute.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
One of the best ways to find out about 3-Day Kitchen and Bath is actually to hear the results for yourself. On the phone with us is Wendy in Darwin. Wendy, you got a brand new bathroom.
I do, and it's beautiful.
Are you loving it?
I am absolutely loving it.
Okay, tell me about your bathroom.
It went from a dark room that felt like an absolute cave when I walked into it to a bright, airy, opened the space up. I mean, I don't know what else. It's just absolutely wonderful.
She's almost speechless. So, Darwin, tell me about all the man stuff. How did it work? The quality, the convenience. How did they do?
Excellent. We contacted 3-Day Bath, and they got back to us the next day. The communication was excellent. They were on time in all their promises, and it's beautiful. It's a great bathroom.
Would you do it again?
Oh, absolutely.
For more about your new kitchen or bath, visit 3daykitchenutah.com.
3-Day Kitchen and Bath.
Listen to KSL for news to get exactly what you want.
Stories about what's going to affect me.
Traffic. If I want to know now, I'll go to KSL Radio.
Hear the important stories, the stories that affect you.
On KSL News Radio.
This story of the mother who had her car stolen with her 8-month-old in the back seat must be right there ranking near the top of everybody's biggest fear. We luckily have a happy ending to that story that we'll share with you coming up this morning. It's 5:39. Traffic and weather together is again brought to you by Sinclair's Dino Pay app. Save up to 20 cents a gallon. Looks like it's improving on the 201, Andy.
Well, they've cleaned up portions of the crash. Unfortunately, they still only have one lane open eastbound near Bangerter Highway, so traffic is backed all the way to Mountain View Corridor. And it is a slow-moving stretch. That's about 10 to 12 to 15 minutes to get between those two exits right now. And then you're okay the rest of the way over towards I-15 on 201. So far, I-15 itself hasn't seen any slow spots between Draper and Salt Lake City. Heather?
We're starting to see enough traffic up in Davis County that things are slowing down just a little bit on Legacy Parkway. This is southbound right after you merge on from either US 89 or I-15 up in the Farmington area. We're down to one left lane of travel due to road construction. So now there's just enough traffic that it's falling below the speed limit, the traffic is. If you stick with I-15, though, you're still less than 30 minutes from Ogden to Salt Lake. No delays there. But the West Side Belt has that closure of the exit ramp to 700 North from southbound I-215. Eric.
Not seeing any difficulties in Utah County right now. It's a northbound drive from Santa Quin to Point of the Mountain that'll take about 30 minutes. That's doing the whole county, and no accidents or delays. You can expect good times like that. If you're if you're heading out through Provo Canyon, 189 looks good, and going through Spanish Fork Canyon on Highway 6, say out to Price this morning, that's also in good shape. Are you facing wage garnishments and threats from the IRS? Don't face the IRS alone. Call Utah Tax Attorney Jordan Wilcox. Visit taxhelput.com. That's taxhelput.com. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
Anticipating more sunshine than clouds today. Partly cloudy skies with a high of 103. Partly cloudy overnight. Sprinkles are possible with a low 76. By tomorrow, mostly sunny and 100 the high. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Down to 79 degrees now, and it's Tech Tuesday morning. That means we'll be checking in with Mike Dubusky, who is the technology reporter for ABC News. He's in New York this morning. We're going to talk about and kind of sort out what's behind this landmark decision that they're saying now could reshape one of the world's biggest tech companies. Talking about Google this morning. Details coming up here in just a minute. Streaming live at KSLNewsRadio.com and on the app for KSL News Radio, Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Trail mix, beef jerky, mixing all the soda flavors at the gas station soda machine. Snacks are better on the road. The gas is better when it's top tier. And the pit stop is better when there's a dinosaur there. Love the filler moments at a Sinclair gas station near you with DinoCare, our top-tier gasoline. Some sweet and salty snacks for the commute, and a big green dino for the memories. Find a gas station near you at sinclairoil.com. Sinclair, fill up your life.
You don't have to live with cataracts. The Moran Eye Center can help you return to crisp, clear vision. Recently ranked among the nation's top 10 eye centers by U.S. News & World Report, Moran's highly trained cataract surgeons give you state-of-the-art personalized care. If you're looking for a cataract doctor near you, the Moran Eye Center has the top experts in the field right here in Utah. Visit MoranEyeCenter.com and schedule a consultation today.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out heart-stopping letters, aggressively garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it seem impossible to ever get out of debt. Don't let the tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, the #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in the Fresh Start Initiative, one of the biggest breaks that the IRS has ever offered. If you qualify, you could save thousands. Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, they'll fight to get you the best deal possible. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
KSL News Time, 5:45. The three things you need to know this hour. First,
dozens protested in Ogden last night demanding answers from child investigators regarding the case and death of 12-year-old Gavin Peterson. I'm KSL News Radio's Adam Small.
Second, Vice President Kamala Harris now the official Democratic presidential nominee after a 5-day round of online balloting. Third, traffic and weather together.
Backups continue on 201 right now from West Valley all the way over to Bangerter Highway. The backups actually begin prior to Mountain View Corridor. And they have reopened 2 lanes of the freeway, though, maybe a third. Hopefully that crash is finally cleared up all the way at Bangerter. I'm Andy Farnsworth in the KSL Traffic Center.
Triple digits for the next couple afternoons, then a cooling trend. I'm Matt Johnson.
Right now, 79 degrees at the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Will we learn in the next couple of hours who the vice presidential pick is for the current vice president? Let's check in with ABC News.
ABC News, I'm Brian Clark. Any clues as to who Vice President Harris will choose as her running mate?
I got nothing for you, man.
That's one of the contenders, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro. That choice expected to be announced today ahead of a rally tonight in Philadelphia. Debbie, now a tropical storm, blamed for 5 deaths across the southeast. Historic rain is projected. That has people like Caroline Morris in Charleston worried about their homes.
We forgot one vent, so we had to come back from our house in West Ashley and cover it up.
Parts of the region could see 20 inches of rain. Secretary of State Antony Blinken said late Monday that round-the-clock diplomacy is underway amid fears of a wider war in the Middle East involving Israel. Pentagon said U.S. military personnel were injured in a rocket attack on a base in western Iraq. And investors hoping early indicators of a better day on Wall Street hold. Futures markets are trading higher. This is ABC News.
That landmark decision that determined Google was illegally monopolizing the online search engines has a lot of moving parts to it, so we thought we'd try to sort it out with ABC News technology reporter Mike Dubusky. On just the surface of it, Mike, we can all understand what it means to be a monopoly, and we hear about this decision, but what's the broader ramifications here?
So the broader effect on Google after this ruling from this judge in D.C. yesterday kind of remains to be seen. This is a ruling that has to do with liability, not remedies. And that liability is an interesting component of this case. The case was brought against Google back in 2020 by the Department of Justice, as well as a selection of states, alleging that Google essentially engages in anti-competitive behavior, using its dominant market position to push out competitors in the world of online search. And the key piece of this, according to the judge's ruling yesterday, were these multi-billion-dollar deals that Google cuts with companies like Apple and Samsung. $20 billion deals in the case of its deal with Apple, I should say. And essentially what those deals entail is being the default search engine on very popular smartphones like the iPhone. If you want to do a web search on an iPhone and you use the Safari web browser, generally speaking, you're going to be presented with a Google search, where you kind of have to go out of your way to use a different search engine. What the case alleged and what the judge yesterday agreed with was that this amounts to a violation of Section 2 of the Sherman Antitrust Act, and that essentially is illegal. But again, we don't know what the remedies to this will be. It could be anything from Google being forced to change aspects of its business, not being able to engage in deals like this, to as much as being broken up, which is something that has been floating around antitrust circles with regard to tech industry companies for many years now. But we just don't know the answer to that question yet. That's to come later.
Hasn't Europe already determined this sometime in the last year or so?
Europe has been very aggressive with regards to antitrust and tech regulation. In fact, they recently put forward a big package of tech regulation over there, that has challenged everyone from Google to Apple to Meta and a number of social media products. But yes, Europe in many ways, when you talk to the legal community, has kind of been a step ahead of the United States with regard to regulating and challenging big tech's dominance. Though it's worth mentioning our FTC here in the United States has kind of been ramping up its efforts in recent years. What many legal experts will tell you about this ruling in the Google case is that it could set a precedent for similar cases that the FTC has launched against Apple, Meta, and Amazon. So that is something to keep an eye on as things go forward. And another thing I will mention is that this isn't the only antitrust case that Google is facing. Next month, a separate antitrust case having to do with its ad business will go to trial. And also worth mentioning, guys, Google does plan to challenge this ruling.
Yeah, I know we've got to let you go, but when you look at their percentage of the market and the percentage of the advertising that goes on, it's incredible. It's north of 90%.
That's right. That is a number that's come out of this trial. And something that's worth mentioning here is that it's not illegal to be a monopoly in the United States. It is illegal to use your market dominance to crowd out competitors. And that is exactly what this judge has ruled that Google has done.
Interesting. I knew you could help us understand it. Thank you for your time, as always. ABC News technology reporter Mike Dubusky on the In-Depth at 15 and 45. And time again for a look at traffic and weather together, brought to you by Sinclair's Dino Pay app. Save up to 20 cents a gallon. Back to Andy Farnsworth.
Tim, they've reopened all the lanes on 201 at Bangerter Highway. Now we're waiting for the backups to start to thin out. But right now it starts prior to Mountain View Corridor, and it breaks up just before Bangerter Highway. We've got some northbound delay on Bangerter this morning coming up on 201. And it looks like traffic's going to be slowing a little bit in that new configuration of 201 and 3200 West now that they've closed down the bridge. Heather?
Looks like the barrels are being removed from Legacy Parkway as well. This was southbound Legacy through most of Farmington, so both lanes will be open shortly. Still have a little bit of slowing, though, just after you merge from I-15 or US 89 onto Legacy Parkway. And we've had some traffic tipsters let us know there's some pretty strong winds up through the Bountiful Farmington area. The cars are getting buffeted around a bit, so just use caution there. Right now you don't have any delays southbound I-15 from Ogden to Salt Lake. Eric?
There's a touch of slowing northbound I-15 as you go from Orem into Linden. This would be just north of 1600 north as you head up towards the Pleasant Grove Boulevard exit. That's about it in Utah County. If you're out in Tooele County, SR 36 is a smooth right northbound from Tooele through Stansbury Park all the way to I-80. Use Superior Water and Air for all your HVAC and plumbing needs. Call 974-9090 or visit superiorwaterandair.com. Superior Water and Air. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL 7-day forecast does have the smoke moving back in. For today, we've got clean air, partly cloudy skies, and a high of 103. Tomorrow, smoke moves in by late afternoon and evening, mostly sunny with a high of 100. 98 mostly sunny and smoky on Thursday. Friday, partly cloudy, 99. 97 with a slight chance for thunder on Saturday. 93 on Sunday, 30% chance for a pop-up storm. Then it's 92 and partly cloudy by Monday. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Heather mentioned the texters that were letting us know about strong winds in Bountiful and Farmington. That doesn't appear to be the only place. Another texter telling us I-80 from Sugar House to South Salt Lake. Pretty strong winds near the canyon, so be careful out there. 79 degrees in the 7-day forecast, brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful. We'll get another peek at how the markets are getting the day started next.
For over 22 years, speaking on business on KSL News Radio has been a beloved tradition, celebrating our heroic business leaders and Utah consumers who have helped build one of the strongest state economies in the nation. Now, under the stewardship of the Salt Lake Chamber and hosted by Chamber President and CEO Derek Miller, the program continues to shine a spotlight on those who make Utah's business environment dynamic and thriving. With his expertise and passion, Derek brings the stories of our business community to life. As part of the Salt Lake Chamber, Speaking on Business is proud to continue its legacy of highlighting inspiring stories, trends, and special guests. Support Utah businesses now and be part of Utah's thriving economy. More information can be found at slchamber.com. That's slchamber.com.
Have you ever thought about what it would be like to sleep under the most magnificent blanket of stars? Picnic in the middle of gorgeous Red Rock, watching Tony Award-winning plays in a grand outdoor theater? Have you ever hiked through a legendary twisted forest, gazing from spectacular cliffside vistas, overlooking miles and miles of lush forested meadows? Or you should enjoy great museums, galleries, shops, or great dining, all in a special place, combining beauty and all the fun you can imagine. Put the you back in Utah, in Cedar City, Bryan Head, packed full of things you love. Live performances during the Shakespeare Festival, spectacular campsites and cozy cabins, plus hiking, biking, and ATV trails everywhere. Or tee up for 18 holes of year-round golf at Cedar Ridge Golf Course. Or enjoy a friendly game of disc golf at Thunderbird Gardens. Plan your adventure at Cedar City, Bryan Head, and get to know the you in Utah. Details at visitcedarcity.com.
You start your mornings in it. Breakfast. Bathe your kids in it. Talk, laugh, and play in it. But when it comes to paying for your kids' college with it, you don't even consider it. It's your home. Tap into it with HomeTap. Tap into the money you already have with no monthly payments. Learn more about funding and education and so much more at hometap.com.
Watching Utah's Money, brought to you by Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com. Elon Musk is filing another lawsuit against OpenAI. Musk, who co-founded the company in 2015, already sued them in February, accusing it of abandoning its original nonprofit mission. This new lawsuit is twice as long and accuses OpenAI of racketeering. Utah's getting a Dunkin' Donuts. The coffee chain announced a location in West Jordan, located at 1410 West and 90th South. Well, it seems like this is Utah's first Dunkin' Donuts location. It's actually the second. There's been a Dunkin' on Hill Air Force Base since 2020. And fashion company Dolce & Gabbana is making their dogs more stylish. They've rolled out a canine designer perfume. The perfume, we're told, smells like sandalwood and musk, and it's going to cost about $109 a bottle. All right, let's take a look at the futures markets this morning. Back in the green, which is nice after the day we had yesterday. It's up 0.5% on the Dow, 204. The S&P is up 33. That's about 0.6, and the NASDAQ making a gain of about 0.75% right now, up 129. Let's hope that holds through the closing bell later this afternoon. Lanes are back open again on eastbound 201, but delays remain heading through West Valley City. Traffic and weather together coming up right after we check Cougar Tracks this morning. Sponsored by Central Bank. Here's BYU insider Mitch Harper.
While everyone's attention at BYU football camp is on the quarterback battle, Cougars need to shore up their offensive line play this season. They struggled last year, and offensive tackle Caleb Etienne was one of the players who faced his share of adversity in the trenches after transferring in from Oklahoma State. Etienne enters his senior year and can't wait to play in this year's offensive line. It is now coached by new offensive line coach TJ Woods from Georgia Southern.
Everybody's accounted for it, man, no matter what. So nobody on the line would not be protecting nobody, no matter what play it is. Every man, we're a response team, so we're going to make sure everyone has a man no matter what, and that's what Coach Woods bringing to the O-line room to help the O-line just have better awareness and just better protection for the guys outside and the quarterback as well.
For more on ETN and this BYU offensive line, subscribe to the Cougar Tracks podcast wherever you get your podcast or on the KSL Sports app. With Cougar Tracks, I'm Mitch Harper on your legacy home of the BYU Cougars, KSL News Radio.
So I'm a public school teacher, and I'm on my feet all day long. That would be on concrete. The pain would shoot up my heels and just increased from the bottom of my feet up. Then my back started hurting. So my husband and I were driving, and I went, oh, look, there's a Good Feet store. I'm greeted by this gal named Mercy. That was a perfect name for her. And the cool thing about the Good Feet store is that you're able to try before you buy. I had free fittings. She was able to fit me with special arch supports. And so I walked around in the store. Within 30 minutes, I started sobbing because I had no pain. Well, if your feet are hurting, do something about it. You don't have to grin and bear it. You need to go to the Good Feet store and get some arch supports. I'm Deidre, and that's my Good Feet story.
See how they work for you with a free fitting at the Good Feet store.
The Good Feet store. Call 1-800-NEW-FEET or visit goodfeet.com.
KSL News Time, 5:59. Traffic and weather together brought to you by Sinclair's DinoPay app. Save up to 20 cents a gallon. Here's Andy Farnsworth.
Tim, pretty busy in West Valley. 21st South Freeway backed up from just before Mountain View Corridor over to Bangerter Highway where we had a crash earlier. After that, speeds are okay even through that new configuration so far at 3200 West. Bangerter's really backed up, though, all the way from 3100 South to the 201 Freeway. And I'm looking at traffic filling in a little bit in spots on North 15 from Midvale to Sandy to Murray. Heather?
No problem. Southbound 15 from Ogden into Farmington. As you transition onto the Legacy Parkway, you'll see a little bit of slowing as barrels are being removed. And then as you get onto the west side belt, you will not be able to exit at 700 North due to that ramp closure. Eric?
One crashed at the end of the on-ramp to northbound I-15 from 1600 North in Orem, but right now it's not causing any delays as you head through Utah County. For a limited time, enjoy no payments for the first 90 days when you finance your new vehicle with America First Credit Union. Head to americafirst.com to apply today. Equal opportunity lender. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
103 for a high, the hottest day of the next 7, and right now 79 to start the morning.
KSL FM Midvale.
KSL Salt Lake City.
From the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios, this is KSL News Radio.
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Good morning. KSL News Time is 6 o'clock. This is Utah's Morning News. I'm Tim Hughes. Amanda Dixon with the week off. Our top story this morning, the murder of a young sheriff's deputy being ruled suspicious. KSL News Radio's Michael Committee is live with that story. Michael?
Tim, it was last Thursday when the body of 25-year-old Marbella Martinez was discovered in her Tooele home. She was working as a corrections officer since January, but even though she was new, Sheriff Rosie Rivera with the Salt Lake County Sheriff's Office says Martinez became a cherished friend, and her death is a profound loss. Detectives have named Martinez's father, Hector Martinez, as a person of interest. Anyone with information should reach out to the police. Live, Michael Commit, KSL News Radio.
Tooele Police Corporal Colby Bentley says her death is particularly difficult because of how early it happened in her career.
They truly are out here to try and make a difference in their community, and it's hard to see a life cut short by so much.
Bentley described her as a dedicated member of the sheriff's office family. Dozens protested last night demanding answers from the Utah Division of Child and Family Services in the case of 12-year-old Gavin Peterson. KSL News Radio's Adam Small is live with the details this hour. Adam?
Tim, Sabrina Tracy organized the protest in Ogden last night. She tells KSL TV they want to see transparency and changes.
What we're really looking at is to have Utah really look strongly at DCFS and really look at the policies and regulations and see where that disconnect is and where we're failing.
Gavin died after police say he was abused and starved for years, despite several people making reports about it to DCFS over the last few years. Now, we are hearing from DCFS publicly for the first time in this investigation, saying that Gavin's case is truly worst-case scenario for them and what they do. And they are conducting an internal investigation, and the Department of Health and Human Services is going to present findings to state lawmakers next month. Live, Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
A Salt Lake City man is being accused of singling out minority semi-truck drivers and illegally towing their vehicles. KSL News Radio's Verl Johansson joins me live with that story. Verl?
Tim, KSL.com reports West Valley Police have been investigating Jason Lovato and his company Bailout Towing for almost a year. They found Lovato and his employees were targeting immigrant and minority semi-truck drivers, towing their trucks without any legal reason. Now, Lovato is being charged with 24 crimes, and more than half of them are second-degree felonies. If Lovato is found guilty, each charge also has a victim targeting enhancement, meaning people of a specific ethnicity, race, or national origin were targeted intentionally. Reporting live, Verl Johansson, KSL News Radio.
A tree fell into some power poles and landed on top of a car in Salt Lake City last night. It happened around 7th East and 3rd South. Police say they don't know what happened for sure, but think it might be related to the weather rolling through the area earlier in the day. Now our top national stories this hour. Vice President Kamala Harris is officially the Democratic presidential nominee. She received 99% of the votes from the Democratic National Convention delegates. She was the only candidate eligible to receive votes. No other candidate qualified. We expect to learn any day now who will be the running mate of Vice President Kamala Harris. Actually, it's expected to happen today because she will be on the campaign trail tonight. And with a visit to Arizona on tap later this week, there's a lot of speculation that about that state. Senator Mark Kelly.
Kelly, a U.S. Senator, former fighter pilot and astronaut, he's been at odds with the Biden administration over the handling of border security. Valley Democratic strategist Stacey Pearson says Kelly's resume is certainly an advantage to Harris. However,
but Arizona needs him. We can't go through another Senate race every 2 years. We can't put that seat back up for auction in 2026.
And Harris scheduled to be in Phoenix on Friday with whomever her running mate ends up being.
That's reporter Jim Cross from our sister station in Phoenix, KTAR. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro also on that short list of candidates. He was tight-lipped with reporters at the Capitol yesterday.
Hi, Governor. Anything on the beef steaks yet? I got nothing for you, man.
Harris expected to reveal her running mate maybe this morning, but for sure this afternoon with their debut at a rally tonight. Let's get that first look traffic now and go back to Andy Farnsworth.
I-15 traffic's been okay this morning, but it's been the 201 freeway that's been the biggest issue so far. Eastbound delays between Mountain View and Bangerter Highway. That was because of a crash. Now that the crash is gone, traffic's starting to return to some normal volumes. And then the southbound 215 exit at 700 North on the west side of Salt Lake still closed because of a jackknife semi. I'm Andy Farnsworth in the KSL Traffic Center.
A farmer's market in Murray is finding new ways to introduce kids to different fruits and veggies.
The Murray Park Farmers Market introduced a free program called the Power of Produce Club for kids. Utah Farm Bureau Manager Adelaide Corey Dish says the concept is simple. Kids either try the fruit or veggie of the day or complete the activity for a reward.
And once they complete or at least try whatever it is we're offering that day, then we actually give them what we call pop bucks.
The kids can use those pop bucks to buy fruit or vegetables from any of the vendors on site. The Pop Club is supported by the Farmers Market Coalition and Zions Bank and happens every Saturday. Eric Cabrera, KSL News Radio.
Paris 2024.
Brazilian gymnast Rebecca Andrade took first on the floor exercises, besting Simone Biles. ABC's Andrew Dimmert has the latest on the Olympics in Paris.
Childs claimed third place after her coach challenged her original score, the judges awarding an extra tenth of a point, earning her the bronze. Then a moment of true sportsmanship, both Childs and Biles bowing to Andrade during the medal ceremony.
It was just the right thing to do.
The triathlon mixed relay went on as planned, despite international concern over water quality. Team USA taking silver in a head-to-head sprint to the finish against Germany.
The Belgium team pulled out of the triathlon mixed relay after one of their athletes got sick. Not confirmed if it was from swimming in the Seine, but it is suspected. Utah athletes competing in the Olympic sport climbing yesterday.
After the men, it was the women's speed climbing event, and Emma Hunt was absolutely dominant, first setting a world record, which was then beat in just a few minutes by the Polish climber. But Emma moves on to the quarterfinals. Piper Kelly also climbed for USA. She did not advance to the quarterfinals, which takes place on Wednesday.
That's KSL TV's Alex Cabrero letting us know that women's boulder and lead will also happen today. We've been watching some of the speed climbing this morning, which is just wild. Northbound slowdowns on Bagot are approaching the 201 highway to go along with the eastbound 201 delays. Already some slowdowns to tell you about, and we'll see if we can steer you around it when we come back.
When it's hot like this, air conditioners struggle to keep up. Parts are under more stress, and sometimes those parts fail. What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and no one helps more homeowners maintain and repair their air conditioners than Any Hour Services. As a matter of fact, last year, over 32,000 homeowners called Any Hour Services for help maintaining and repairing their systems. Any Hour Services has over 100 HVAC technicians to help with everything from maintenance, repair, to installing a new system. This summer, there'll be a lot of people told they need to replace their air conditioner, and they'll wonder, do I really need to? If you're told you need to replace your air conditioner and you still have questions, Any Hour Services can give you a second opinion and let you know what options are available. Maybe it just needs a little maintenance or a small repair. Maybe it does need to be replaced, but if you don't feel good about being told you need to replace your air conditioner, don't ignore those feelings. Call Any Hour Services for help with air conditioner maintenance, repair, or to schedule a free second opinion. Google Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
A secure retirement just doesn't happen by accident. When that day comes, what's most important to you? Are you sure to have more money than month? What about unexpected medical costs? Do you want to leave something to the kids or the grandkids? I'm Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know we specialize in these questions and can help make your retirement dream a reality with some of the highest guarantees in the business. Imagine getting up to a guaranteed 12% growth on your retirement income and up to a 30% bonus up front just for opening an account. If you have funds sitting idle in an old 401k or IRA, consider guaranteeing it to secure the peace of mind you deserve. Don't leave your financial security to chance. Take advantage of the highest guarantees I've seen in my career. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600. Or visit us online at TrajanWealth.com.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims-paying ability of the issuing insurance company.
KSL in the palm of your hand.
When the app came out, I knew that I could stream the radio station directly through there.
I just check there to see if there's anything pertinent. I regularly use the KSL app.
Get the app for KSL News Radio.
Unusual story this morning of the possible murder of a young sheriff's deputy. It has been ruled as suspicious. Michael Commit is keeping an eye on that story as the investigation continues this morning. 6:09, traffic and weather together, brought to you by Sinclair's DynoPay app, where you can save up to 20 cents a gallon. That's a lot of taillights out there, Andy.
That's the new configuration for eastbound traffic exiting at 32. It's not really exiting at 3200 West because it's not so much an exit now as it is just where they're diverting the traffic while the bridge is closed for the next few months. So we're already seeing that slowdown now. The delay starts almost as far back as Mountain View Corridor, but it turns to really thick stop-and-go traffic between Bangor and 3200 West now that everybody's able to make it over there. We had a crash earlier that kept the traffic from getting to 3200 West in large amounts like it is now. Heather?
No delays right now coming out of Weber and Davis counties on I-15, Legacy Parkway, the US 89 area, especially right around I-84. But if you transition from Legacy onto the West Side Belt, I-215, and head south, you will not be able to exit at 700 North. We still have a jackknife semi being cleaned up in that area, so they've closed the 700 North exit. You'll need to find an alternate route. Eric.
And one crash in Utah County, northbound I-15. This is at 1600 North, right at the end of the entrance ramp from that street. And right now, not causing any delays. In fact, it's a normal drive time from the Spanish Fork to Point of the Mountain, 24 minutes through Utah County. Along the Wasatch Bank, US 40 looks good northbound from Heber City up to Jordan Oak Reservoir and Park City. This is the place, Heritage Park, the place to learn, explore, and enjoy Utah history. Perfect for weddings, reunions, birthdays, celebrations of life, and more. Plan today at thisistheplace.org. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
Some drier air has been mixing into our current atmosphere. We'll go partly cloudy skies with a slight chance for a mountain storm, 103 the high. 76 overnight, partly cloudy, and a sprinkle is possible. By tomorrow, mostly sunny, 100 the high. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
80 degrees, but again, we've had some texters telling us about some strong winds in the Bountiful Farmington area and then down in South Salt Lake near the canyons. Be careful if you're headed in those directions. Coming up in just a minute, we're going to check in with Jim Ryan and just get a sniff on how those markets are doing after a wild day yesterday that started with crazy swings on the Nikkei index in Japan, which actually recovered about 10% from yesterday's losses. We'll have more in just a minute, streaming live at KSLNewsRadio.com and on the app for KSL News Radio, Utah's news, traffic, and weather station. All right, so I was one of those guys that thought I could save myself money by going and renting my own carpet cleaning machine. This was years ago, before I discovered Zero Res. And when you actually start looking at the expense of that and the time and the effort that it takes to do it and the fact that you're not going to get it anywhere as clean as Zero Res will do, you're going to change your mind just like I did, particularly when they have an offer like they do here in the month of August. 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at $99. Here's the other thing. Not only was I, doing the back-breaking work and not really knowing what I was doing and trying to get my carpets clean, but it took forever with fans running all over the house to get them dry. That's never the case when you get it Zero Resified, because they don't use any harsh chemicals and no soaps or detergents, which means they don't have to flood your carpet to get it all out of there at the end. So your carpets are going to dry faster, they're going to stay clean longer, and at that $99 price for 3 rooms, you're just not going to beat it. Make that phone call today, 801-288-9376. Make sure you get your spot on the calendar. That's 801-288-ZERO. You can spell it backward or forward. It's the right way to clean. Zero Res.
IVC is celebrating 20 years providing quality service in Utah. You've probably heard their saying by now, life starts when the pain stops. IVC is the most trusted interventional and vein center in the state, and they've been voted Best of Utah Valley 10 years running. The 7 physicians at IVC provide state-of-the-art, comprehensive vein care with many years of experience. The team at IVC takes the time to get to know you and your veins so you're comfortable with the right diagnosis and the right treatment. Patients are like family at IVC. You've also heard many radio ads over the years with real people describing how IVC has dramatically improved their quality of life by eliminating the pain and discomfort caused by varicose veins. Well, what are you waiting for? Don't let vein disease slow you down even one more day, because life starts when the pain stops. Visit ivein.com today to set up a free screening. That's ivein.com.
You know, Deb, you and I have had this conversation so many times. We think, oh, I wish I had a little more light here or maybe a ceiling fan there.
That's why we love Master Electrical. So anytime we have an electrical problem, we know we can call them and they will give us their upfront pricing guarantee.
Because we're not going to do it yourself. We're going to leave it to the professionals. And this upfront pricing guarantee is fantastic. I'm sure you've been bitten by bids in the past where they say, oh, that's going to take half a day. And then 2 weeks later, the bid and the invoice have nothing to do with each other.
Not only will you get their upfront pricing guarantee, but you will never see an upcharge. Their pricing system simply won't allow it.
Master Electrical proudly serves from Logan to Santaquin.
They do everything that has to do with electrical, and they're always open, including for emergency services. The phone number to call is 801-543-2222.
801-543-2222, or check them out online at masterelectrical.com.
KSL News Time, 6:15. The three things you need to know this hour. First,
a Salt Lake City man is facing 24 charges, all based on allegedly targeting minority semi-truck drivers. I'm KSL News Radio's Verl Johansson.
Second, a mother and daughter are dead after a crash in Utah County. The cause still being investigated. Speed may have been a factor. Third, it's traffic and weather together.
Got a crash affecting traffic at the intersection of Redwood Road and Porter Rockwell Boulevard. Southbound lanes and eastbound lanes seem to be the most affected at the moment. We still have eastbound slowdowns on 21st South Freeway. They start before Bangerter Highway and go all the way to that new lane configuration at 3200 West. I'm Andy Farnsworth in the KSL Traffic Center.
Partly cloudy with a high of 103, then one more day of triples. I'm Matt Johnson.
80 degrees now at the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. We will learn today who the running mate will be for Vice President Kamala Harris in her run for the presidency.
From ABC News, I'm Brian Clark. We're expected to learn today who will join Vice President Kamala Harris on the Democratic ticket. Will her running mate be Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro?
I got nothing for you, man.
The governor speaking yesterday on ABC, Selena Wang, says he is one possibility.
Shapiro emerging as a favorite, with Pennsylvania a must-win state. But some in the party voicing concerns over his support for Israel and taxpayer-funded private school vouchers. Harris forced to make this critical decision at warp speed. She's only been a candidate for 2 weeks herself.
Debbie's being blamed for 5 deaths across the southeast, but the rain and the flooding are lasting. Major concerns, including along the Georgia coast, where Chatham County's emergency management director said,
with this unprecedented rainfall, we do anticipate there are going to be areas that flood that traditionally don't flood.
The FAA warning of travel disruptions from Debbie and thunderstorms expected today. There have already been more than 1,000 delays and cancellations following back-to-back days of more than 10,000 delays and cancellations. Al Gremmel at Philadelphia Airport says it's been a frustrating process.
Well, I get the weather is the cause, but hey, give me some better information so I can plan.
Promising financial signs from overseas. Japan's Nikkei responded to its worst day since 1987 by gaining 11%. Wall Street futures are higher. All of this following Monday's sell-off. Gary Schlossberg with the Wells Fargo Investment Institute said long-term,
the data that we've seen so far, to us at least, is more suggestive of an economic growth slowdown during the balance of the year rather than an outright recession.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken has said round-the-clock diplomacy continues amid the fears of a wider war in the Middle East, but U.S. military personnel were hurt in a rocket attack on a base in Iraq. You're listening to ABC News.
Let's go in depth on that market situation this morning. Joining me live, ABC News correspondent Jim Ryan. What are they looking like first thing this morning, Jim?
Well, the futures are up, and pretty solidly, 0.5%. The Dow is up 199 points going into the trading day. The S&P futures are higher, same with NASDAQ futures. So looks like a partial rebound from what we saw yesterday, a dramatic and precipitous decline. It all followed the 12% drop in Japan's Nikkei the night before that. Well, last night, going into today's trading, or finishing up overnight in Japan, the Nikkei was up 10%, so it's gained back almost all of the losses from the day before. It's probably going to take longer for our stock indexes to do likewise, but analysts who are keeping an eye on this say that just ride it out. Don't look at your 401k. One analyst said instead of doing that, instead of delving into your 401k statements, read a book instead.
That's good advice. What are you hearing about recession? It seems to be back in the common conversation these days.
Yeah, well, there's something called the SOM rule. An economist has come up with this, and it has observed pretty much without fail that the first phase of a recession already has started when the 3-month moving average of unemployment is at least 0.5% higher than the 12-month low. So in other words, put those numbers together, and there are hints that a recession may be coming. Other economists and other investors are saying that's not the case. They think there will be a rebound, but that's kind of looming out there. It's the uncertainty of this whole thing, Tim, that has people really shaken up.
Yeah, and we'll continue to watch it. Matter of fact, we have money news coming up here in less than 5 minutes. Jim, thank you. ABC News correspondent Jim Ryan on the In-Depth at 15:45. 6:19, traffic and weather together. Brought to you by Sinclair's Dino Pay app. Save up to 20 cents a gallon. Andy Farnsworth back in the traffic center.
Oh, 201 freeway pretty sluggish right now as you go from, it starts the slowing before Bangerter Highway. It's about 2 miles of backup as you go over to 3200 West. And then after you get through that little new lane configuration where they take you down onto the city street and back up onto the 201 freeway, then you're back to the speed limit. But prior to that, it's pretty frustrating. And the northbound Bangor backups are increasing between Parkway Boulevard and SR 201. Heather?
Traffic's starting to get a bit busy now. Southbound I-15 as you come out of Ogden, head towards Salt Lake City. The heaviest traffic is usually between Clearfield and Farmington. If you transition onto Legacy Parkway, no lane restrictions anymore. All those cones have been lifted. And good news, if you're on the west side belt, the exit ramp to 700 North is now reopened. All the vehicles have been pulled away, so you've got a pretty good drive right now. Eric?
I-15, Redwood Road, both looking good for northbounders in Utah County. However, Redwood Road, once you get into Salt Lake County, there's a crash over at Porter Rockville, Redwood and Porter Rockville. It's mostly affecting, as far as lane closures, the southbound side as you approach that intersection, but there's left turn lanes that are also affected at that intersection. Right now, not seeing any major delays, but we're going to keep an eye on that for sure. Transform your outdated kitchen with half-price granite. Granite, quartz, marble, and quartzite starting at $25 per square foot installed. Visit halfpricegranite.com. Affordable luxury. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL 7-day forecast. Partly cloudy skies today with a high of 103. Tomorrow, mostly sunny, 100 the high, but smoke starting to filter back into northern Utah by tomorrow afternoon and evening. Smoky skies likely on Thursday, 98, mostly sunny skies. Partly cloudy, 99 on Friday. Saturday, chance for storms, 97. We keep thunderstorm chances in the forecast on Sunday, 93. Before you know it, we're down to 92 and partly cloudy on Monday. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Those roads look a little wet in some places out there as we have these little thunder bumpers move through from time to time. It's 80 in downtown Salt Lake City, and the 7-day forecast brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful. Just a reminder, if you haven't already done so, today's a good day to download the KSL News Radio app to your phone. You get a chance to listen live wherever you are and whenever you want to. But here's the great thing. You can pick up on-demand podcast and podcast your favorite shows. And if you miss a top-of-the-hour newscast, it's also right there for you to pick up when you need to. So just text the word APP, A-P-P, to 57500. We'll check Money News next.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you know that these days, generating growth is a challenge. By teaming with Bank of America, you'll not just stay ahead of the curve, you'll move it. With access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
You've heard the buzz about IT jobs and cybersecurity and AI, right? Why not prepare for a career in these fields and take advantage of the high demand? You could enjoy a more rewarding and recession-resistant lifestyle. Train in just a few short months at My Computer Career. Are you a veteran, active duty military, or already in IT? Skill up for positions employers need to fill. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. That's mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
A happy place comes in many colors. One that leaves you feeling refreshed. Something that gets you all fired up. Or gives you the space to chill. Whatever your color, bring happiness home with CertaPro Painters and make your happy place your home. CertaPro Painters. That's painting happy. Get started today at CertaPro.com. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. Contractor license and registration information is available at CertaPro.com.
At Intermountain Primary Children's Hospital, we made a bold promise to build the nation's model health system for children. Join us in realizing our vision for the future of pediatric care. So together, we can expand primary children's impact and ensure every child has access to the right care at the right place at the right time. For a century, Primary Children's has kept the child first and always. Help us continue to do so for the next 100 years. To get involved, visit primarypromise.org.
At 34, I was diagnosed with breast cancer. I finished up my treatments,
I truly, truly feel like every day is a gift. I really want to give back, and that's one of the reasons why I wanted to help with this study.
Heredogene is an extraordinarily innovative research study wherein we are looking at the genes of hundreds of thousands of participants.
The more information that we have, the more we can help others.
You can help at heredogene.org.
This portion of the news brought to you by Intermountain Healthcare, helping people live the healthiest life possible. Intermountain Healthcare, healing for life.
Join Mike Stevens of Capital Wealth Advisors for Retire Right Radio, Saturdays at 5 a.m. and 9 p.m. That's Retire Right Radio with Mike Stevens, Saturdays at 5 a.m. and 9 p.m.
Watching Utah's Money this hour is brought to you by Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com. The co-founder of OpenAI, John Schulman, says he is leaving the company and joining rival AI Anthropic, I think is the name of it. OpenAI, backed by Microsoft. Anthropic is backed by Amazon. Japanese car maker Nissan says they developed a paint that can keep the inside of cars cooler. They say it would reduce a car's temperature by 22 degrees Fahrenheit. The coating, however, is 6 times thicker than usual auto paint, making it harder to put on the market. All right, let's take a look at your money at this moment. Markets are in the green, so we'll take whatever we can get today after the day we had yesterday. Futures up 209, that's 0.5%. The S&P with a gain of 36, the NASDAQ up this hour by 144. Crashes dotting the Wasatch Front landscape this morning. The latest on Redwood and Porter Rockwell down south. We'll check traffic and weather together in just a minute.
Every so often in medicine, something comes along that is truly revolutionary.
Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, former orthopedic surgeon, now National Medical Director at QC Kinetics.
I believe this is one of those things.
Dr. Scheinkup is talking about regenerative medicine, something he's practiced, researched, and written about for nearly 2 decades.
The old ways of dealing with joint pain, such as steroids and surgery, are no longer the best ways.
If you have pain from arthritis or injury, you owe it to yourself to learn more about this exciting option, using your own body's natural power to get lasting relief. And there's no better place to learn than QC Kinetics.
There is no one in this country today with more clinics, more satisfied patients, more advanced protocols, or more experience in using this exciting option to deliver life-changing results.
Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 385-766-1987. That's 385-766-1987. 385-766-1987.
Is it the beginning of a slowdown?
Nearly everything on Wall Street is tumbling.
Or just a bump in the road?
The jobs report on Friday in the U.S. came in significantly weaker than expected.
Get up to the minute updates on the U.S. economy and how it impacts your bottom line.
We have you covered.
Mornings and afternoons
on KSL News Radio.
All right, let's get a look at how that drive is shaping up. Traffic and weather together. Brought to you by Sinclair's DinoPay app. Save up to 20 cents a gallon. Are those wet roads, Andy, or is that just the way the headlights are flashing off of there?
They might have been wet, but I mean they do kind of look it from the cameras, but they don't. I don't think they actually are. Traffic is backed up though on the eastbound side of 21st South, going over from 5600 West over to 3200 West. Now, this is the first day where we get to try out that new configuration and see how much longer it's going to take drivers on a regular basis to get through that. And right now, it's not looking too promising for those of you heading in that direction. You do have a little bit of slowdown as well right now on the collector of I-15 northbound near 21st South. Heather?
Well, now that the accident has been cleared from I-215 at the 700 North exit, we are accident-free and pretty much delay-free throughout Weber and Davis counties. No problems on I-15, US 89, or I-84 going through the mountains, but you may experience some strong winds right now coming out of the canyons that could buffet you around, especially in Bountiful and Farmington. Eric?
Tooele County traffic looking pretty good northbound SR 36 heading up to I-80 and I-80 through Parley's Canyon. No problems there. In Utah County, I-15, despite one crash in Orem near 1600 North, has been progressing nicely heading up to Point of the Mountain. Now you got a crash over on Redwood Road at Porter Rockwell that's blocking off one of the southbound lanes. And also, if you're eastbound through that intersection from Porter Rockwell, you won't be allowed to go across the intersection. This summer, apply Revive organic soil treatment to make the most of watering. for a lush green lawn. Spread it or spray it. Apply Revive today. It works. To find Revive, visit revive.com. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
Hottest day of the week, 103 today, and one more triple-digit day tomorrow at 100. I guess it makes sense then that we would be off to a warm start. It's 81 degrees downtown.
You're listening to Utah's Morning News with Tim Hughes and Amanda Dixon
on KSL News Radio,
102.7 FM and 1160 AM.
Good morning, KSL News Time, 6:30. Our top story this half hour. At least 8 city councils will be voting today on whether the Alpine School District split will be put on the November ballot. Here's KSL News Radio's Heather Peterson.
Because of the huge amount of growth in Utah County, the Alpine School District currently serves more than 86,000 students. Leaders have been exploring whether splitting up the district in either 2 or 3 would better represent and serve each community. A 45-day public comment period was held, and now the city councils in the proposed West and Central school districts will vote on whether this choice should be up to the voters in November.
If passed by city councils today and voters in November, the new school districts would be ready in July of 2027. You can get more information on the proposed district split and today's city council meetings at kslnewsradio.com. UDOT is emphasizing the importance of safe travel before the school year begins. KSL News Radio's Verl Johansson joins me live with that story. Verl?
Tim, they call it Safe Routes Utah. The program is designed to reward students from kindergarten to 8th grade for walking, riding their scooter, or their bike to school. They offer safety tips and maps with safe routes to and from schools in different districts. UDOT says walking or biking to school not only gives kids time for physical activity, but it can improve how they're doing in school, provide more chances to socialize, and give them time to practice traffic safety. Reporting live, Verl Johansson, KSL News Radio.
We're working to gather new details about a crash involving an ambulance in South Ogden last night. KSL News Radio's Adam Small is live with the latest. Adam?
So we know this happened just after 6:30 at 5600 South Harrison Boulevard. Now, South Ogden police have told us several people involved were taken to the hospital, but it's unclear exactly how many or how serious their injuries were, and we're still working to figure out what caused this crash in the first place. Now, a witness told KSL TV she saw first responders helping a family out of one vehicle, and they also learned on scene that the ambulance did have a patient inside at the time of the crash. I have reached out to police this morning for more information. I'll let you know when I hear back. Live, Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
A woman and child are dead after a crash in Utah County early this morning. The car hit a barrier and a tree at high speed. The cause is still being investigated, but right now speed is a suspected factor. A mother was picking up her kids from grandma's when 29-year-old Dimitri Saliba stole her car while her 8-month-old baby was asleep inside. Saliba drove to the sheriff's office once he noticed the baby was inside, where he was arrested shortly after. He's facing felony car theft charges and possible kidnapping charges. Now our top national story this hour. Debbie has been downgraded from a hurricane to a tropical storm, but is still reportedly draining resources from southern cities. Severe flooding expected for parts of South Carolina. Here's ABC's Victor Akendo.
From downtown Charleston, where the rain has been relentless and we have not seen the worst of it yet. Storm surge could be anywhere between 2 to 4 feet. The mayor saying that pumps have been brought in. They are ready to be deployed as necessary. Same with high water rescue vehicles. A curfew was put in place here in Charleston last night. City leaders meeting again this morning to assess the plan moving forward as we brace for more of this rain through Thursday.
Many cities along the coast are also posting warnings about the rain, bringing possible flooding and even falling trees. Other areas of the U.S. are dealing with extreme temperatures. Dr. Amar Athwal of Kaiser Permanente says it's important to stay hydrated. He recommends avoiding alcohol, soda, and caffeine and scheduling water breaks.
Sometimes people may not feel as thirsty as they are in the heat, so it's important to kind of have a regimen of drinking water regularly.
Going to be another hot day in Utah, highs reaching 103 this afternoon. First look traffic. What's it looking like, Andy?
The biggest slowing has been on the 201 freeway. Traffic going into that new lane configuration at 3200 West has been extra slow back past Bangerter Highway. They're cleaning up a crash. In fact, they might have lanes open now on Redwood Road at Porter Rockwell Boulevard. It was affecting north, south, and eastbound traffic. In fact, it does look like well, most of it's clear. Maybe not all of it. Anyway, pretty close there. I'm Andy Farnsworth in the KSL Traffic Center.
A recount of votes in the 2nd District has come back in favor of Congresswoman Celeste Malloy. KSL News Radio's Michael Commit reports this hour. Michael.
Tim, the final recount shows Representative Malloy leading challenger Colby Jenkins by 176 votes, bringing that narrow 214-vote margin from the initial primary even closer. The difference this time comes mostly from votes that weren't initially counted because a bubble wasn't filled in properly. Both campaigns are thanking clerks for the recount effort, but Jenkins is still waiting on a decision from the Utah Supreme Court that could further affect the outcome. His campaign's lawsuit, the one alleging mail-in votes that passed their postmark in Las Vegas should still be counted, is still waiting on a ruling. Live, Michael Commit, KSL News Radio.
Utah plans to put a man to death later this week for the first time in 14 years, and for the first time in 25 years, it will involve lethal injection. But how does capital punishment, or how much does capital punishment really cost? More than you might think, according to attorney and KSL legal analyst Greg Skordas.
The cost of execution is more than the cost of incarceration. Maybe that's a cost that society wants to pay. Maybe it's a cost that we've decided is worth it.
Honey received his sentence 25 years ago, and the Department of Corrections estimates its cost an average of just over $51,000 a year to house the average inmate. That's over $1.2 million, and it does not include the medication used in the lethal injection or the cost of court proceedings and appeals. The last inmate to be executed in Utah was Ronnie Lee Gardner back in 2010, who faced a firing squad. Longtime journalist Pat Reevey and Cheryl Worsley witnessed it.
The upcoming execution of Taparon Honey will be carried out by lethal injection. Pat has witnessed one before.
It's less violent, I guess is the best word. It's more like almost a medical procedure where you see a person lying on a gurney with an IV attached to his arm.
You've seen an execution by firing squad. Is it something you would want to personally witness again?
I mean, for the sake of journalism, I would witness it.
KSL TV's Daniel Woodruff reports that Reevey will be witnessing Honey's execution on Thursday morning. The biggest slowdowns eastbound, that is, 201 headed from Mountain View over to 3200 west. Better get used to that one. We'll check traffic and weather together in just a minute.
Stop paying 5-star pricing for 3-star service. It's time for a change. Welcome to Beehive Plumbing's Premier Experience. With our Beehive Premier plan, you have access to our VIP phone number and website to ensure prompt and reliable plumbing service by an expert 5-star technician. Why Beehive? Our Premier package comes with an industry-leading warranty, giving you up to 10 years of coverage on both parts and labor. Yeah, that's right, 10-year warranty. Call Beehive Plumbing today or visit beehivepremier.com for expert experience every time.
You start your mornings in it. Breakfast. Bathe your kids in it. Talk, laugh, and play in it. But when it comes to paying for your kids' college with it, you don't even consider it. It's your home. Tap into it with HomeTap. Tap into the money you already have with no monthly payments. Learn more about funding and education and so much more at HomeTap.com.
Time for a crucial conversation about your health and weight loss goals. Everyone wants fast results, but such results usually come with side effects. And such an approach is completely unsustainable. That's why I chose SOTA Weight Loss. Its SOTA stands for state-of-the-art weight loss. It's swift, safe, and most important, sustainable. You know, with those fad diets and diet drugs, you have to ask the crucial question, is it safe? And what happens when you stop taking the drugs? Sadly, most people gain the weight back and a little bit more. SOTA is the real, lasting, natural solution to letting go of weight and belly fat with no drugs, no side effects for real results. You know, I swiftly lost 37 pounds in 90 days, and I've sustained that exact weight for over 2.5 years. That's real, sustainable success. So do you want swift, safe, sustainable results? Go to SOTA Weight Loss, SOTAweightloss.com today. Again, SOTAweightloss.com.
Spend your workday with a talk show that makes you feel better about the news.
Debbie is the voice of reason, and Dave reminds me of my little brother. Well-spoken, and they're a great team together.
Dave and Debbie, live from 9 to noon, or podcast the show on the app for KSL News Radio.
There's a vote today on whether the Alpine School District split's going to be put on the November ballot. We're going to be following that story closely for you throughout the day today, and you can follow along at KSLNewsRadio.com. 6:39, traffic and weather together, brought to you by Sinclair's DinoPay app. Save up to 20 cents a gallon How long did you say that diversion's going to happen at 3200 West?
They're saying about 5 months.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's going to be SR 201 around 3200 West, and that's right now where we're seeing slowdowns that go all the way back past Bangor Highway right now. And we've got something going on in Sandy right now on northbound 15 near the just after 114th, but just before 106 South. Highway Patrol is starting to do a slowdown, and we've got lanes blocked, and so traffic is starting to back up in Sandy on I-15. Heather?
We're looking much better in Weber and Davis counties. No delays right now southbound I-15, even though traffic is filling in and getting a bit heavy, especially between Clearfield and Farmington, but you're still under a 30-minute drive trying to get into downtown Salt Lake. You're also going to see a bit more traffic on a few of the city streets like SR 193 in Clearfield and Washington Boulevard in Ogden. Eric?
Well, one crash is yet to be cleared entirely. That's on northbound I-15 in Utah County. That's at 1600 North in Orem. It's at the end of the on-ramp, but that's never caused any delays. We have had some slight delays because of a crash at the Porter Rockwell Redwood Road intersection, but now it looks like all the lanes are open. If you're going through the mountains, I-80 through Parley's Canyon, not seeing any difficulty as you head out towards Park City. When you choose Performance Automotive and Bountiful, you're choosing exceptional service from Ford dealers, Performance Ford Lincoln, Performance Honda, Performance Toyota, and Truck Country. See performancebountiful.com. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
Calling for partly cloudy skies by this afternoon. Temperatures around 103. Overnight, 76, partly cloudy skies with a slight chance for an overnight sprinkle. 100 tomorrow, mostly sunny skies. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Right now, a little windy downtown and 81 degrees. We had some wild weather pass through our neighborhood last night between 4 and 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Wild winds and lots of rain that didn't last very long, but we had a little repeat of that this morning. Right now, it's time for Jeff Kaplan's Minute of News, and it's brought to you by the law offices of Jordan Wilcox.
Tell me if this isn't life imitating art. In the movie Her, Joaquin Phoenix falls in love with his computer.
I'm not going to try to be anything other than who I am anymore, and I hope you can accept that.
I can. Doesn't hurt. The computer voice is Scarlett Johansson, but yesterday here in the real world, OpenAI announced a new version of ChatGPT that's not any smarter. It's just more human. It responds quicker, and the computerized voice seems, well, you decide. This is a guy talking to his phone. This is in the real world.
So my friend Barrett here, he's been having trouble sleeping lately. And I want you to tell him a bedtime story about robots and love.
Once upon a time, there was a robot named Bite.
So the guy makes a second request.
Can you end the story, but do it in a singing voice?
And they lived circuitly ever after.
That's wild. This new version of ChatGPT does instant translation.
Potessero parlare, cosa ci direbbero? She wonders if whales could talk, what would they tell us?
The dang thing can see. The fella points the phone at his own face, right?
And then I'd like you to try to see what emotions I'm feeling based on how I'm looking.
It looks like you're feeling pretty happy and cheerful.
Siri is dead. This is the replacement. It even says things like, to sound more natural and human, and that's just it. It could be a sympathetic ear after a fight with your husband. Your phone can be your buddy, and you can pour out your innermost fears, and then ChatGPT will sell the data. Forget about the movie Her. This is more like Megan, the cute little doll that goes rogue and starts stabbing everybody.
I didn't kill anyone, Kurt. You did.
Let me put it this way. My wife saw the ChatGPT demo and asked one thing. Is it time for us to get off the grid?
Jeff Kaplan's Minute of News, only on KSL News Radio.
And it's brought to you by the law offices of Jordan Wilcox. IRS harassing you? The law offices of Jordan Wilcox can help. Visit taxhelput.com.
Because of a surgery I had, it put me in a position where I had to learn to walk again. I had no hope for any more income. We had an IRS burden of about $36,000. With no income and only enough money to keep paying the bills, we had to make a decision. I was driving home from Salt Lake one day and I heard a commercial on the radio about Jordan Wilcox. I got home, my wife and I, we talked about it, and we made the decision to give Jordan Wilcox a call. We met with Jordan at his office, and they had a plan in place for me almost immediately. And because of the good work of the folks at Jordan Wilcox's office, that burden was reduced to about $895. When we found out that it was only $895, it was like the worst burden in the world had been taken off from our shoulders.
Don't face the IRS alone. I'm Utah Tax Attorney Jordan Wilcox. Visit taxhelput.com to schedule your free consultation. Let's solve your tax problems. That's taxhelput.com.
Visit the contest page on KSLNewsRadio.com. This week, win tickets to Lagoon. Lagoon, it's what fun is. Plus, win tickets to see comedian Jim Gaffigan as he comes to the Eccles Theater October 23rd through the 26th. Plus, win tickets to an upcoming RSL or Utah Royals home match. We're here for RSL. What are you waiting for? Text the word contest to 57500 or go to KSLNewsRadio.com/contest.
We have some breaking news on KSL News Radio. AP sources have said now that Vice President Kamala Harris has officially selected a running mate. That announcement expected to come in just a few hours. We'll go in depth on that here in just a moment. KSL News Time, 6:45. The three things you need to know this hour. First,
several people were taken to the hospital last night after an ambulance and another vehicle collided in South Ogden. I'm KSL News Radio's Adam Small.
second, a young sheriff's deputy was found dead in her home in Tooele, and police are investigating the death as suspicious. Third, traffic and weather together, and that looks like a mess, Andy.
Yeah, it's an injury crash northbound 15 right before 106 South. They're trying to pull it over to the shoulder to open up more than the 4 lanes that they have blocked. Everybody being forced to the left at the moment, and traffic backed past 123rd South. I'm Andy Farnsworth in the KSL Traffic Center.
Triple digits for the next couple afternoons, then a cooling trend. I'm Matt Johnson.
Waking up to 81 degrees already at the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Let's go in depth here on Vice President Kamala Harris's pick for her vice presidential running mate. Here's America in the Morning's John Stolnis.
The vice president initially had as many as a dozen Democratic governors, senators, and Biden administration officials as potential running mates. But it's believed Harris has narrowed her choice to the final 2, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. She's expected to announce her choice later this morning ahead of a week of campaigning through battleground states that begins tonight in Philadelphia. Former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi tells CNN Harris's choice has to be more than just earning a few extra votes in this election.
It's a question of who she feels the most comfort level with in terms of governance. Mm-hmm. People say, well, who can help us win? But it's about who can help us govern more than that.
Shapiro is seen as a moderate Democrat who, if selected, could become the country's first Jewish vice president and help Harris in the all-important Keystone State. Walz is regarded as slightly more progressive than Shapiro, with a folksy nature that appeals to independents. On the Republican side of things, Usha Vance, wife of Donald Trump's running mate Senator J.D. Vance, gave her first sit-down interview, asked by Fox News about Vance's cat lady comments.
He made a quip in service of making a point that he wanted to make that was substantive, and it had actual meaning. And I just wish sometimes that people would talk about those things and that we would spend a lot less time just sort of going through this 3-word phrase or that 3-word phrase, because what he was really saying is that it can be really hard to be a parent in this country. And sometimes our policies are designed in a way that make it even harder. And we should be asking ourselves, why is that?
Usha Vance also explained how she and her husband's views on Trump have changed over the years.
Well, you know, I've had it several years since then to kind of understand what it is that he is out to do and, you know, honestly what JD is out to do. And we have a lot of really good conversations about that. And if I didn't feel that the ticket, you know, the Trump-Vance ticket was able to do some real good for the country, then I wouldn't be here supporting him. And JD wouldn't have done this.
John Stolnis, Washington.
All right, and again, just within the last few minutes, it's been announced that Kamala Harris has picked her running mate, and CNN is breaking news that it's Governor Tim Walz to be her running mate, which would be a little bit of a surprise to many because the odds-on favorite was Josh Shapiro, Governor Josh Shapiro, particularly since this rally tonight is happening in Pennsylvania. CNN must have some inside information because they are saying that it is Minnesota Governor Tim Walz as a vice presidential running mate. We'll see what else we can find out for you as we'll have continuing coverage here on KSL News Radio on the In-Depth at 15 and 45. 6:49. Let's get a look at traffic and weather together here. Brought to you by Sinclair's Dono Pay app. Save up to 20 cents a gallon. That's going to be a little while, that mess on I-15, Andy.
Yeah, and it's in a bad spot right before 106 South. This is going to really cause delays. Already it's backing almost to Bangor Highway, and the worst of it is as you get closer to the crash, They've got 3 left lanes open, and it looks like 3 right lanes blocked, so just plan on being forced over to the left. If you're getting on at 106 South, though, you won't see any delays. It is slow on 201, though, from 5600 West all the way to 3200 West with that new configuration. And Bangor's backed up in Taylorsville and West Valley. Heather?
Still no delays. Southbound I-15 between Ogden and downtown Salt Lake City. That's less than 30 minutes. It's also been a great drive all morning long on I-84 through the mountains to and from Morgan. But we've had some pretty strong winds coming from the canyons, so that could buffet your cars around, especially if you're on US 89 or I-15 going through the Bountiful Farmington area. Eric.
Northbound SR 36 seeing a little bit of slowing as you approach the Canyon intersection in Stansbury Park. And past that, no major problems getting up to I-80, getting into the flow there. I-15 Utah County northbound southbound, that's looking good from Payson to Point of the Mountain. That's a 28-minute drive. UDOT construction alert. The SR 201 bridge at 3200 West is closed for reconstruction for up to 5 months. Expect 30-minute delays during peak hours. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL 7-day forecast does have the smoke moving back in. For today, we've got clean air, partly cloudy skies, and a high of 103. Tomorrow, smoke moves in by late afternoon and evening, mostly sunny with a high of 100. 98 mostly sunny and smoky on Thursday. Friday, partly cloudy, 99. 97 with a slight chance for thunder on Saturday. 93 on Sunday. 30% chance for a pop-up storm. Then it's 92 and partly cloudy by Monday. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Still 81 degrees in downtown Salt Lake City, but we continue to get text about winds, particularly in the canyon area, so be careful if you're driving a high-profile vehicle this morning. The 7-day forecast brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful. Some reports say that Minnesota Governor Tim Walz will be vice presidential running mate to Kamala Harris. We're going to follow that story very closely here on KSL for the official announcement with a rally planned later tonight. More details just ahead. Our news time is 6:52. You've heard both of us talk about our love for our home equity lines of credit and the peace of mind that it brings each of us. And our friends at UCCU want you to know that it's a great way to use the equity in your home.
It really is. I mean, in a perfect world, maybe we'd all have $30,000 in a savings account, but we don't.
Right.
In the real world, we have a HELOC, a home equity line of credit. I have one at UCCU, and I've had emergencies come up, and I thought, thank goodness I have access to that money. And even just the peace of mind of knowing it's there if I need it.
It really does make you wonder what you used to do when those emergencies came up in your life. You'd have to run out and get a signature loan, but no longer with a home equity line of credit from UCCU. And think about it, you're using the equity in your home, and if you redo a bathroom or do some upgrading of your backyard, you're going to increase the equity. It seems like a perfect idea.
Or maybe you just want to pay off a high-interest credit card. Don't let a balance sit on a credit card. Get a HELOC at UCCU and pay down that high-interest loan.
It's why every homeowner should look into a HELOC loan today and do it with our friends at UCCU.
UCCU, you're going to love where you bank.
Hey, Steve, have you noticed your utility bills? Mine have almost doubled.
Yeah, trust me and call Brad at Gillette Heating and Air Conditioning. He got me not just a better system, but a carrier for about half the price of the big HVAC companies. You know, these super high energy systems can save thousands on utilities, and Brad showed me how to get almost $5,000 in utility and government rebates.
You have their number?
385-GET-HEAT. I even heard that if you get a system before the end of the month, they'll throw in a free water heater.
385-GET-HEAT.
Yep.
Got it.
Or head to GilletteServices.com.
Watching Utah's Money this hour, brought to you by Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com. After yesterday's massive plunge, Japan's Nikkei soared about 10% this morning. Some notable shares rose by double-digit percentages, making up for their losses, such as Toyota, which jumped 12%. Honda was up 14% on the day. Amazon's Jeff Bezos received the largest single-day loss of any billionaire in yesterday's stock market sell-off, losing $8 billion. NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang lost around $7.9 billion, and Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg net worth sank by $7 billion. I've been assured that they're all going to be just fine. Google's antitrust lawsuit, where a federal judge ruled they were monopolizing search engines, could cost Apple billions of dollars. We talked about this earlier on our Tech Tuesday this morning. The deal could force Google to cancel a long-term money-making agreement with Apple that requires them to use Google as the default search engine across its devices. So there's still some other ramifications from this decision that we will keep an eye on here on KSL. All right, futures markets are up, but we are losing a little bit of our earlier steam. The Dow is still up 136. That's about 0.3%. The S&P is up 19. The NASDAQ now up 69. And gold is retreating a little bit this morning. It's down $8.90 an ounce. We've had a couple of problem spots, and it started really early this morning on the roads, but a big crash with injuries now northbound I-15 in Sandy just before 106 South. It is continuing to block some lanes of traffic. They're trying to get everything moved off to the right-hand side. We'll check in with Andy and the rest of the team in just a minute.
Life can feel hard or overwhelming sometimes, but you don't have to face things alone. Getting help for yourself or someone you're worried about starts with a call or text to 988, where you always have someone to talk to, someone to help you, and somewhere safe to go. 988 Utah is here for anyone experiencing mental health challenges or emotional distress. 988 Utah can even help you navigate how to support your struggling loved ones. Whether you're struggling with anxiety, depression, or suicidal thoughts, trained professionals are ready to listen and provide free, confidential support 24/7. Utah, don't hesitate to call or text 988 for you or someone you care about. The caring staff at 988 Utah can connect you to the right resources. Learn more at 988lifeline.org.
This is Derek Overstreet of the New Millennium Group and host of Stop Working and Start Living Radio. If you're close to or in retirement and you don't have a tax plan, call us right now, 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. Listen, our country's been spending like never before, and the tax bill is coming soon. If you need an income tax strategy and a financial plan that will get you through the rest of your life, give my team a call, 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. If you want an investment plan that allows you to keep more of your gains and pay less taxes, give us a call, 888-999-6370. My team specializes in the type of plan that will get you retired 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible. So, get a no-cost tax analysis by calling 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. My team is standing by now.
In 2024, dating is a disaster. We've been ghosted, breadcrumbed, stuck in situationships. Hi, I'm Debbie. I'm Caitlin. Welcome to our new podcast, Dating at Her Age. Dating has been so dicey for us, so we asked KSL, can we launch an all-new podcast about it?
People use these dating apps. You're not really dating when you're on the dating app.
Dating at Her Age, brought to you by Mountain Home Services. A new episode drops every Thursday on KSLNewsRadio.com.
KSL News Time, 6:59. Traffic and weather together, brought to you by Sinclair's DinoPay app. Save up to 20 cents a gallon. Andy's back in the traffic center.
A lot of problems. I-15, the first and foremost, a crash just before 106 South. They've opened up more lanes now. Only the right lane now blocked, but traffic backed up from Bangerter Highway all the way to 106th. 201 freeway slowdowns go from just after Mountain View and 56th West on-ramp all the way to 3200 West with that new lane configuration. Heather?
No problems right now up north in Weber and Davis counties. Traffic is filling in, though. You're going to see that on city streets in Ogden, Clearfield, and Roy, and also on I-15 southbound, but not enough traffic yet to slow you down. Eric?
Just when you think things are clear on Redwood Road north of 2100 North coming out of Utah County, got a new crash, and this might be a rollover at Camp Williams, Redwood Road and Camp Williams earlier. We did have a crash at Porter Rockwell, so be prepared for some delays. There's definitely a possibility in Utah County for that. For a top quality kitchen or bath with top quality craftsmanship, call 3-Day Kitchen and Bath. They're always on time with no delays and meet all deadlines. Visit 3daykitchen.com. Eric Butler on the KSL traffic.
We're going to look for a high today, warmest of the next 7 at 103. One more triple-digit day coming tomorrow, and I guess we could get there Friday with a high expected of 99. But a 10% chance of showers this afternoon. It's 81 in Salt Lake City.
KSL FM Midvale.
KSL Salt Lake City.
From the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios, this is KSL News Radio.
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
It's 7 o'clock on Utah's Morning News. Good morning. I'm Tim Hughes, Amanda Dixon with the week off. Our top story on the 7 o'clock report is breaking news. CNN and NBC reporting that Vice President Kamala Harris has selected Minnesota Governor Tim Walz as her running mate. Sources close to the Harris campaign reporting the news, but it's not 100% confirmed. Host of Inside Sources, Boyd Matheson, joins us live. Usually, Boyd, when there's this much smoke, there is a fire there somewhere.
No doubt about it. And I expect they'll release a video coming out here in the next little while. They're scheduled to make an appearance together later on today in Philadelphia. And so a little bit of a surprise choice for the vice president. Many people were thinking she was leaning towards the governor of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, mostly because of the electoral votes that are in Philadelphia and Pennsylvania. But this is an interesting one. He is a former school teacher. He's been in Congress. He's in his second term as governor in Minnesota. He's 60 years old. And he's one that I think does two things for Vice President Harris. One, he definitely softens the edges. He is a very folksy, down-to-earth kind of politician. He's very casual on the campaign trail, and so kind of smoothing out some of the sharper edges that sometimes the Harris campaign tends to have. I think the other interesting thing in this choice over Governor Shapiro is this is clearly a nod to the far left of the Democratic Party, who were very much against Governor Shapiro because of his stance on Israel and the war in Gaza. And so definitely a tip of the hat to the far left of the Democratic Party by this particular choice.
Interesting, too, I heard in the last couple of days that Governor Walz was a favorite of Joe Biden, that he liked his company, that he felt like he always brought good spirit, and maybe Kamala is looking for that on the campaign trail, too.
Yeah, I think that's definitely part of it, Tim, is that he just definitely has this down-to-earth, little different kind of politician. You know, when he was in Congress, he represented a pretty conservative district there in Minnesota. And so he does have that ability to get out and do the grip and grin kinds of things. And he's also been pretty effective, though, I have to say, in terms of being the attack dog against the far right of the Republican Party. So that's often the role of the vice president nominee in a campaign, and he's been willing to jump in and do that and has done that pretty well. Again, he does it from an interesting perspective. He's not one of those traditional Democrats. Again, he's been representing in Congress a conservative district, and then, of course, the state of Minnesota. So it'll be interesting to see. He's older than the other people that were being considered coming down the home stretch, and then also very interesting the fact that they will unveil him for the first time, so to speak, in Philadelphia, in Governor Shapiro's backyard. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes, and if he is there in attendance. So that will also be interesting to watch today.
All right, Boyd, we'll be listening in this afternoon with Inside Sources, but AP has now confirmed that Vice President Kamala Harris has selected Minnesota Governor Tim Walz as her running mate. Thank you, Boyd, as always. This is kind of interesting, too. A New York trademark lawyer is about to get a little richer. Jeremy Green, I believe the last name is Esch, took a chance and purchased the website harriswalls.com for $8.99 back in 2020, believe it or not. Back when then Senator Harris was running for president 4 years later. He says he's willing to sell the domain for $15,000. So not a bad investment for $8.99. We'll keep an eye on the story for you here on KSL. In other news, police investigating the death of a sheriff's deputy in Tooele, calling it suspicious in nature. KSL News Radio's Michael Commit joins me live with more. Michael?
Tim, 25-year-old Marbella Martinez was sworn in as a corrections officer back in January, but she was found dead in her home just last Thursday. Since then, detectives are determining how she died, and police have named her father, Hector, as a person of interest. They're asking anyone with information about him to reach out to the police. In a press release, Sheriff Rosie Rivera with the Salt Lake County Sheriff's Office says Martinez became a cherished friend and an integral part of their team over the time she was a deputy. Live, Michael Commit, KSL News Radio.
Tooele Police Corporal Colby Bentley says Martinez worked hard to protect her community.
It makes it a little bit harder when they're brand new because they have so much fire going into it.
Bentley says it's hard seeing a life get cut short so suddenly. Dozens of protesters showed up last night to demand answers from the Utah Division of Child and Family Services after the death of 12-year-old Gavin Peterson. KSL News Radio's Adam Small joins me live with the details there. Adam?
Tim, people gather with signs, chanting, demanding DCFS explain what went wrong when they were asked by several people to look into Gavin's home life. Despite those reports of suspected abuse, he died from what police confirm was years of abuse and malnutrition. Sabrina Tracy organized the protest. She tells KSL TV.
When I heard Gavin's story, I am not kidding. I walked into the bathroom and I threw up. That was purely stress and grief.
DCFS for the first time has issued a statement about Gavin's case, saying the senseless death of a child is an absolute outrage. There are also multiple reviews being done as we speak. Those findings are going to be presented to state lawmakers next month. Live, Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
Time for First Look Traffic on the 7 o'clock report. Let's get back over to Andy Farnsworth.
Tim, crash north 15 near 106 has traffic slowing back to the 146 south exit, so you got about 5 miles of delay there. And we've got some big delays right now on Redwood Road from 2100 North Lehigh up to Camp Williams Road because of a rollover where traffic is having to divert into a single lane and zigzag around emergency vehicles. And a lane shift on 201 at 3200 West has traffic slow all the way back to Mountain View. I'm Andy Farnsworth in the KSL Traffic Center.
Paris 2024.
Team USA struggled in the gymnastics ring. ABC's Andrew Dimmert has the latest.
Biles and Suni Lee both fell on the balance beam, the tumbles costing the gymnasts their shot at the podium.
I'm a little bit disappointed just because that's not how I wanted to end my Olympics.
Lee, who battled through multiple kidney infections to make it to the games.
I didn't even think that I would make it here, so to make it here is an accomplishment in itself.
Biles, heavily favored on the floor exercise, narrowly missed out on the gold, stepping out of bounds twice during her routine.
Wasn't my best performances.
The mistakes cost her 0.6 of a point, allowing Brazilian Rebecca Andrade to slide into first.
Team USA's climbing team based out of Salt Lake City got their start yesterday. Here's KSL TV's Alex Cabrera.
Climbing competition began today here in Paris, and since USA Climbing is based in Salt Lake City, it meant a lot of Utah athletes were competing in this event. The men went first in the men's boulder and lead competition, Colin Duffy and Jesse Grouper, but it wasn't the event both were hoping for. Colin came in 11th place out of 20 climbers. Grouper, who recently moved to Salt Lake City to live and train with the national team, he came in 18th.
The women's speed climbing got off to a strong start. Emma Hunt set a world record for a few minutes. We'll hear more about the games later this hour. Matter of fact, coming up in a few minutes, KSL sports anchor Sam Farnsworth will join me here on KSL. Rapper Snoop Dogg is kind of stealing some of the Olympians' thunder. He's become an Olympic fan favorite.
Snoop Dogg says when NBC hired him, he thought he was supposed to wear a suit and tie and give serious commentary. Until NBC told him just be himself. Snoop has interviewed Team USA athletes and hung out with their families during competitions. Snoop acknowledges that nobody expected him to be good at this, except for him.
Rappers aren't supposed to do this, and I tend to I do the unthinkable.
Snoop admits he is not getting a lot of sleep. He says he's having too much fun, and Paris is not the town for sleeping.
Yeah, well, he can sleep later. Did you see the rumors yesterday swirling around that Snoop is reportedly making $500,000 a day to promote the games? That is not confirmed, but that is a number that's been floating around for the past couple of days anyway. All right, 7:09. We've got more than our share of problems out there on the roads. It's emergency traffic and weather together, brought to you by Sinclair's Dino Pay app. Save up to 20 cents a gallon, and it's getting a little bit better on that crash on I-15.
Yeah, they've been able to open additional lanes near 106 South, but the bad news is it's still about a 5-mile backup all the way to the Bluffdale exit. And we still got slowdowns on the 201 freeway to deal with between Mountain View Corridor and 3200 West. As it gets worse, the closer you get to 3200 West. This is the new configuration with the bridge closed. And then northbound Bangerter backups go from 3100 South all the way to the 201 freeway. Heather?
Well, we've got some pretty big backups right now on SR 193 in Clearfield. This is heading eastbound away from Main Street toward I-15. It almost looks like a lot of traffic is going to Clearfield High School, which is not in session at the moment, but maybe there's an event going on there. Southbound I-15 still has most of your traffic, and it's running at speed right now from Ogden to Salt Lake. That's less than 30 minutes. Eric.
We got some slowdowns on Redwood Road this morning because of a crash at Camp Williams that's making it only one lane available. That's a right lane, and the backups go all the way to 2100 North. Now, typically we have congestion slowdowns on Mountain View Corridor approaching Redwood Road, and that's in place as well. So this could be a mess this morning before they finally get that crash cleared. I-15 Utah County, northbound, southbound, that's in good shape right now from Provo to Lehigh. At IFA, you'll find a huge selection of clothing, footwear, hats, and accessories for the whole family. IFA Country Stores, helping to grow the things you love. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL hourly forecast starting out the morning very mild. Some of us near 80 degrees, but a lot of the Wasatch in the upper 70s by 7 a.m. with mostly clear skies. Lunch hour mostly sunny, 93 the temperature, and into the afternoon, forecasting a high of 103 degrees, partly cloudy skies. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Right now it's 81 degrees in Salt Lake City. Sun's up. Going to be a pretty morning out there, but hot later this afternoon. I mentioned Sam Farnsworth will check in with us from Paris, so we'll do that here in just a minute. But if you're just getting in your car, the Associated Press now confirming that Vice President Kamala Harris has tapped Minnesota Governor Tim Walz as her running mate. I'm sure we'll get more on that coming up from ABC News. A farmer's market in Murray is finding new ways to make it fun and interactive for kids, and maybe even get them to try a new veggie.
Every Saturday, the Murray Park Farmers Market are inviting kids to join the Power of Produce Club, where they're rewarded for trying a different fruit or vegetable of the day.
We actually give them what we call pop bucks. So they get like this pretend $2 bill, but it's real money, and they decide how they want to spend it on fruits and vegetables at the market.
That was Utah Farm Bureau Manager Adelaide Corey Dish, who hopes the program helps kids understand where their food comes from while making it fun for them to make their own food choices. The Pop Club is free and exclusive to the Murray Park Farmers Market every Saturday. Eric Cabrera, KSL News Radio.
In sports, the University of Utah was named one of the top 25 schools in the nation in the new USLBM coaches poll. The Utes were ranked 13th in the country, leapfrogging schools like Clemson, Oklahoma, and Oklahoma State. The top three schools, Georgia, Ohio State, and Oregon. The Chicago White Sox, this is a record you don't want to have, lost their 21st straight game. The streak ties the longest losing streak in American League history that was set in 1988 by the Baltimore Orioles. The White Sox are just 5 losses away from tying the Major League's longest losing streak of 26 straight, held by the 1889 Louisville Colonels. A group of Smithsonian scientists have created a plan to save Earth species in the event of a disaster. That story from KSL News Radio's Emma Keddington.
There are craters on the moon that are permanently cast in shadow. That makes those areas cold enough to preserve biological matter without using electricity or liquid nitrogen. A group of scientists at the Smithsonian have a new plan to use those craters to preserve certain species in the case of global disaster. The process is called cryopreservation. The idea is an expansion from the global seed vault in Norway, which stores seeds to safeguard crop diversity. But that process requires a supply of liquid nitrogen, electricity, and constant human observation. Global disaster could threaten all 3 of those elements, and that's why they want to take those preservation efforts to the moon. Emma Keddington, KSL News Radio.
Trending this hour in the 7 o'clock report, I was happy to find this morning because I've had questions, and you may have seen videos and images of that large bell that's stationed at the Stade de France there in Paris. Athletes have been ringing it in celebration after winning medals, and we recently saw Noah Lyles ring it after winning the 100-meter dash. So where did the bell come from and what's behind it? Well, it was cast in the same forge as the new Notre Dame bells, which will be hung up after renovations are complete at the cathedral. So every time it rings, the idea is that it will bring back memories of all of those medals that were won during the 2024 Olympics. Kind of cool. Polish speed climber Alexandra Miroslav, I believe is how it's pronounced, beat her own world record twice in the women's world climbing, speed climbing qualification rounds. Her second qualifying heat yielded a time of 6.06, beating the 6.1 second world record that she had set just a few minutes earlier. We're going to see what she does on Wednesday during the speed climbing final, but we'll ask Sam Farnsworth about that this morning. We've kind of been having some fun watching it here on the monitors. KSL News Time, 7:15. The three things you need to know this hour. First,
Vice President Kamala Harris has selected Minnesota Governor Tim Walz as her running mate. I'm KSL News Radio's Alexandria Bonilla.
second, several people were taken to the hospital last night after an ambulance and another car collided in South Ogden. We're working to figure out just exactly what happened. Third, it's traffic and weather together.
Crash is cleared now from I-15 near 106. Slowdowns, though, still stretching back to Bluffdale. Redwood's really backed up trying to get from Lehigh into the Salt Lake Valley because of a rollover in front of Camp Williams. I'm Andy Farnsworth in the KSL Traffic Center.
Partly cloudy with a high of 103, then one more day of triples. I'm Matt Johnson.
Right now, 81 degrees at the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Let's check in with ABC News.
From ABC News, I'm Brian Clark. Vice President Kamala Harris will announce her running mate selection today before the two appear for the first time together at a rally in Philadelphia. Meanwhile, the Biden administration engaged in round-the-clock diplomacy, according to Secretary of State Antony Blinken, amid the fears of war between Israel and Iran.
It is urgent that all parties make the right choices in the hours and days ahead.
Iran's vowed retaliation for the recent killing of a Hamas leader in Tehran. ABC's Tom Sufi-Burge is in Tel Aviv.
In anticipation of an Iranian attack, the Pentagon moving more military assets to the Middle East. The U.S. asking Arab allies to rejoin a defensive coalition which downed hundreds of Iranian missiles and drones in April. But U.S. diplomats say they're facing a steeper hurdle this time, as many partners view Israel's actions last week as, quote, unnecessarily provocative.
Geopolitical worries, one contributor to Monday's stock market sell-off. Wall Street's worst day in more than 2 years. But Gary Schlossberg with the Wells Fargo Investment Institute said that does not mean a recession's imminent.
The data that we've seen so far, to us at least, is more suggestive of an economic growth slowdown during the balance of the year rather than an outright recession.
And futures markets are pointing to a higher open.
Paris 2024. Special coverage on KSL News Radio.
Well, today we will see a BYU runner in the women's steeplechase final and the beginning of a new breakdancing event. Joining me live, KSL TV sports anchor Sam Farnsworth. I haven't yet come to terms with breakdancing being an Olympic sport, but here we go, Sam.
It's the evolution of sport and competition in the Olympic Games, right? I mean, we see new additions almost every Olympics to the games. And, you know, you've seen the emergence of like BMX and skateboarding and 3x3, which we talked about, you know, and now breaking. Yeah, they call it breaking. It's the first ever time in the Olympics that this will be a competition. It doesn't begin till this weekend, but today I actually met up with a local breaking academy, and they've been sharing their story of how, like, they take something that's originally, you know, an American thing, and how they've made their own concepts and additions to it to make it kind of a Parisian thing, too.
Yeah, I think in the opening ceremonies, didn't we? In the rain, we saw a little breaking going on some of the boats that were going down the Seine.
Yeah, we did. And it's like, you know, that's just the era we're in today, right? That's what we have at the Olympic Games now, breakdancing. It's all part of the urban complex, too, which includes all of these street sports that they built in the middle of Paris, a complex in the middle of the city. They said they didn't want it anywhere near arenas or anything like that because they wanted those sports to be close to their roots, which was kind of that urban setting.
Yeah. All right, tell us about this BYU runner in the women's steeplechase final.
Courtney Wayman, she's been outstanding. She qualified in the first round of the heat just 2 days ago for the steeplechase. Now she's going to be racing for a chance at a medal tonight. You know, it's always a tough competition, but we know BYU over the years, they've cranked out so many talented steeplechasers. It's like becoming a steeplechase factory or something. They've even got one in the men's final as well coming up later in the week. But Courtney Wayman, she'll be participating tonight. Let's see, afternoon Utah time, about 1:15 Utah time is when she'll be racing for a medal here in Paris.
All right, we'll be looking forward to it as we always do with your coverage, Sam. Thanks for that. KSL TV sports anchor Sam Farnsworth. I was just looking at the medal totals. They haven't changed since our conversation earlier this morning with Inez de la Catera. As far as gold goes, it's dead even, 21 apiece for the USA and China. But when you look at overall medals, it's not even close. 79 total for the U.S., 53 for China. In second place, 48 for the host country, France. And when you look at silver medals, the U.S. with 30, China the closest there with 18. Let's get a look now at traffic and weather together. Brought to you by Sinclair's DinoPay app. Save up to 20 cents a gallon. Boy, if that accident on I-15 had injuries, Andy, it sure cleared quickly.
Yeah, it's good. It's because the traffic has been really backed up from Point of the Mountain into Sandy since then. Now, the good news is because that crash is cleared, the heavy stop-and-go traffic that we were seeing all the way for that 5-mile stretch is now breaking up and moving a little more consistently. You're not anywhere near the speed limit. Unfortunately, if you're on a time margin this morning coming out of Utah County, there's just not a lot of hope for you. We also have slowdowns along Bangerter going up north towards 47th South and then towards the 201 freeway. And that new lane shift this morning has been causing a lot of slowing between 56 West and 3200 West.
Our biggest delay right now is in Clearfield. This is on SR 193 eastbound as you come away from the railroad tracks and head over to I-15. Now, I'm not sure if traffic lights are not working in the area or there's construction. Not seeing anything on the cameras, but you definitely have delays on SR 193 as well as 1000 East right in front of Clearfield High School. So it almost looks like school's in session, except it's not that time of year yet. Southbound I-15 definitely getting heavier, seeing a few brake lights now between Kaysville and Farmington, and on US 89 around I-84. Eric.
It's a slow ride northbound Redwood Road in Utah County this morning. First, it was because of a crash at Porter Rockwell. That's been cleared, but now you got a crash over at Camp Williams, and that's making the only one lane available. That's the right lane as you go from basically 2100 north all the way up to Camp Williams. That's going to be slow. In fact, that's extending down towards Crossroads if you're coming out of Saratoga Springs this morning. I-15, just a touch of brake tapping now northbound approaching the Pleasant Grove Boulevard exit. For a limited time, enjoy no payments for the first 90 days when you finance your new vehicle with America First Credit Union. Head to americafirst.com to apply today. Equal opportunity lender. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL 7-day forecast. Partly cloudy skies today with a high of 103. Tomorrow, mostly sunny, 100 the high, but smoke starting to filter back into northern Utah by tomorrow afternoon and evening. Smoky skies likely on Thursday, 98, mostly sunny skies. Partly cloudy, 99 on Friday. Saturday, chance for storms, 97. We keep thunderstorm chances in the forecast on Sunday, 93. Before you know it, we're down to 92 and partly cloudy on Monday. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Sunny and 80 degrees in downtown Salt Lake City, and the 7-day forecast this morning is brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful. If you're just joining us, the big story of the morning, the Associated Press now confirming that Vice President Kamala Harris has selected Minnesota Governor Tim Walz as her running mate. You wouldn't have to even guess at that when you see all of the cameras and the press that are set up outside of his home right now in St. Paul, Minnesota. A big, looks like SUV that had all the tinted windows just pulled out of that driveway. Anyway, for her part, Vice President Kamala Harris has yet to make that announcement herself, but it looks like Tim Walz will be by her side for that rally happening later tonight in Pennsylvania. We'll keep an eye on that, and if you want to follow along, you can do it on our website, which is kslnewsradio.com. Better day today on the markets, at least so far. We'll check those numbers and have the opening bell for you in just a few minutes.
This is Derek Miller speaking on business. Over the last 3 years, Larry H. Miller Real Estate has expanded its real estate development footprint. Company President Brad Holmes tells us more about the tremendous growth the company is experiencing and the generational impact the projects will have on Utah.
As the real estate platform of the Larry H. Miller Company, we use real estate development and smart growth principles to fulfill Larry H. Miller Company's mission to enrich lives. Whether we're building a single-family home or a master plan community, a commercial office tower, or mixed-use business districts, like downtown Daybreak and the Power District, we treat every real estate project as an opportunity to make a real lasting positive impact. In Utah, we're blessed with some of the most beautiful land on earth. As stewards of this land, it's our responsibility to be thoughtful with how we treat it. As a team, we harness the power of real estate development to steward projects whose long-term vision enriches the lives of those who live there. Therefore, we have to take a values-led approach to development. Our work isn't just transactional, it's transformational.
In an industry that's better known for focusing on short-term profit, Larry H. Miller's real estate takes a long-term view of placemaking and building value, guided by 4 values: integrity, stewardship, hard work, and service. Learn more about their transformational real estate developments and job opportunities at lhmre.com. I'm Derek Miller with the Salt Lake Chamber, speaking on business.
You know, Deb, you and I have had this conversation so many times. We think, oh, I wish I had a little more light here or maybe a ceiling fan there.
That's why we love Master Electrical. So anytime we have an electrical problem, we know we can call them and they will give us their upfront pricing guarantee.
Because we're not going to do it yourself. We're going to leave it to the professionals. And this upfront pricing guarantee is fantastic. I'm sure you've been bitten by bids in the past where they say, oh, that's going to take half a day. And then 2 weeks later, the bid and the invoice have nothing to do with each other.
Not only will you get their upfront pricing guarantee, but you will never see an upcharge. Their pricing system simply won't allow it.
Master Electrical proudly serves from Logan to Santaquin.
They do everything that has to do with electrical, and they're always open, including for emergency services. The phone number to call is 801-543-2222.
801-543-2222, or check them out online at masterelectrical.com.
Watching Utah's Money, brought to you by Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com. Elon Musk is filing another lawsuit against OpenAI. Musk, of course, who co-founded the company in 2015, already sued them back in February, accusing it of abandoning its original nonprofit mission. This new lawsuit, twice as long, and accuses OpenAI of actual racketeering. Utah getting a Dunkin' Donuts. The coffee chain announced a location in West Jordan, 1410 West 90th South. Not good for me because it's too close to my house, and I'll be too tempted every day on the way home. But well, it seems like it's Utah's first Dunkin' Donuts location. It's actually the second. There has been a Dunkin' on Hill Air Force Base since 2020. All right, your money at this moment. The markets are in the green, not by much, but we'll take whatever we can get after the day we had yesterday. The Dow up 66. That's about 0.2% gain. The S&P is up 21, and the NASDAQ this hour is up 81 points. Well, northbound I-15, Redwood Road, both slow coming out of Utah County because of crashes. We've had more than our share this morning. We'll check traffic and weather together next. If you have struggled with weight loss in the past, and maybe you've actually been successful at losing the weight, it was just always coming back plus some. Let me remind you again about Soda Weight Loss. My daughter lost 42 pounds, and they have been in the business of making weight loss easy and convenient. And here's the thing. There's lots of fad diets going on out there, and Soda Weight Loss wants you to know that there's no injections, no pills, no hunger. You can get rid of all that visceral belly fat and do it for good because you have somebody right there by your side to help. That is that nutritionist that makes such a difference in your life, who is at your beck and call, either by text or by phone call. You check in, and you can do all of this from the comfort of your own home, which I think also adds to the success of it. Do this. Go to sodaweightloss.com right now and click on the Request a Nutritionist callback, and within minutes, you're going to be talking to someone who truly wants to help you be in the best shape of your life and not just get that weight off, but keep that weight off. That really is the key. It's sodaweightloss.com, spelled S-O-T-A, and it stands for state of the art.
Is it the beginning of a slowdown?
Nearly everything on Wall Street is tumbling.
Or just a bump in the road?
The jobs report on Friday in the U.S. came in significantly weaker than expected.
Get up to the minute updates on the U.S. economy and how it impacts your bottom line.
We have you covered.
Mornings and afternoons
on KSL News Radio.
Traffic and weather together back again at 7:29, brought to you by Sinclair's DinoPay app. Save up to 20 cents a gallon. Here's Andy.
Tim, we still have slowdowns between Point of the Mountain and Sandy. The crash that caused the delay is gone, and the front end of the delays that were all at a stop for a while are moving now, and we're seeing a little bit more traffic actually in Murray that was used to be stuck down in Sandy. 21st South Freeway backed up, going from Mountain View over to 3200 West. Lots of Bangor slowdowns this morning, both in Taylorsville near 54th and up in West Valley near 21st South. Heather?
We have heard from a listener that there is a district-wide professional development happening for the schools, which is probably why we've got a lot of congestion for people trying to get around Clearfield High School on SR 193 and 1000 East. Other than that, you don't have too many delays in Weber and Davis counties, but traffic is getting a bit heavy in a few of the typical areas. Eric?
In Utah County, I-15 also looking good. No problems heading north from Provo to Point of the Mountain. But if you're over on Redwood Road and trying to get out of Utah County, you've got problems in the way of delays because of a rollover crash at Camp Williams. Only the right lane is available now. A Mountain View corridor turning into 2100 north going by Redwood Road. All of that is slow for eastbounders getting over to the freeway. I'm Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
Some drier air has been mixing into our current atmosphere. We'll go partly cloudy skies with a slight chance for a mountain storm, 103 the high. 76 overnight, partly cloudy, and a sprinkle is possible. By tomorrow, mostly sunny, 100 the high. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Sunny downtown this hour, 81 degrees.
You're listening to Utah's Morning News with Tim Hughes and Amanda Dixon
on KSL News Radio,
102.7 FM and 1160 AM.
Good morning, KSL News Time 7:30. Today, several cities from the Alpine School District will vote on whether to put a school district split on the ballot. Here's KSL News Radio's Heather Peterson.
The Alpine School District has seen a lot of growth and now serves more than 86,000 students. Leaders have been trying to figure out if splitting the district in 2 or 3 can better serve and represent every city in the district.
There are a lot of needs throughout the district. The taxes are going up no matter what configuration, even if we stay together. So I think the more the public knows and understands what we're going to be facing, the more that they're going to be able to support and be on board and be able to work through those challenges.
Lehigh City Council member Heather Newell says that after a 45-day public comment period, today the city councils from the proposed Central and West school districts will decide whether voters should get the chance in November to split up the district. Heather Peterson, KSL News Radio.
More information on the proposed district split and today's city council meetings can be found at kslnewsradio.com. UDOT wants to keep kids safe as they head to school, and they're starting a new initiative. KSL News Radio's Verl Johansson joins me live with the details. Verl.
Tim, the program is called Safe Routes Utah. It shows safe routes to and from schools for kids who walk, scooter, or bike. They also provide traffic tips like crossing roads at corners, looking both ways before crossing, and making eye contact with drivers before you cross the street. UDOT hopes the program not only helps keep kids safe, but says walking or biking to school can help students perform better academically. Live, Verl Johansson, KSL News Radio.
We are working to gather new details this morning about a crash that involved an ambulance. KSL News Radio's Adam Small is live and has been working on this story this morning. Adam?
Yeah, Tim, this happened last night just after 6:30 at 5600 South Harrison Boulevard. Now, we're still looking to hash out some of the hard details, like what caused this crash to happen, how many people exactly were hurt, and the extent of their injuries. So far, South Ogden police have only told us several people were taken to the hospital. Now, a witness told KSL TV she saw first responders helping a family out of one car, and they also learned the ambulance did have a patient inside at the time of the crash. I have reached out to police and I'm hoping to gather some more details here later this morning. Live, Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
A woman is grateful to have her child back after her car was stolen with her 8-month-old daughter asleep in the back seat. Here's KSL TV's Debbie Worthen.
It was right here in this mobile home park, the split second that sent Erica Medina into a full-scale panic.
Like a crazy lady screaming everywhere, my daughter, my daughter.
Seconds later, she calls 911.
This was an all-hands-on-deck situation.
And police act fast.
This was one of those calls where we didn't know what the outcome was going to be.
And seconds matter. Then, just moments later,
we got information that he had shown up to the sheriff's office.
The thief, 29-year-old Dimitri Saliba, handed the baby to a bystander who turned out to be an off-duty officer. Saliba was taken into custody, and the baby, thankfully, reunited with Medina. Now our top national story this hour. Vice President Kamala Harris has officially picked Minnesota Governor Tim Walz as her running mate.
Minnesota Governor Tim Walz has been hitting the trail for Vice President Harris, trying to rev up Democratic voters.
Let's quit 2-year elections and go to 100 days of butt whipping like we're doing now.
Just do that. He's criticized Republicans and Donald Trump as weird, and the Harris campaign picked up that messaging and started using it too. Walz was asked if he became the VP candidate, would he pretend to be a Green Bay Packers fan in battleground Wisconsin?
I'm Vikings all the way, so I might not help in that swing state.
Karen Travers, ABC News, the White House.
Time again for First Look Traffic. Back to Andy Farnsworth.
Well, Tim, the big delay right now is Redwood Road out of Utah County. If you have to leave Lehigh, it's probably worth waiting on some of the I-15 delays because Redwood's only one lane going past Camp Williams where there's a rollover crash, and the delay goes almost back to Main Street now in Lehigh. But you also have slowdowns over Point of the Mountain. That's from an earlier crash. I'm Andy Farnsworth in the KSL Traffic Center.
The recount for the 2nd District favors Representative Celeste Malloy, but the results could still change because of a lawsuit. KSL News Radio's Michael Commit is with me now to report. Michael?
Tim, this outcome could still be affected by the Utah Supreme Court. Kobe Jenkins argues mail-in ballots that were stamped late because they were processed out of state should be counted, and a large number of those ballots came from Washington County, where he got significantly more votes. But KSL legal analyst Greg Skordas says the argument is a bit of a stretch because Utah's election laws, including where and how you can vote, have stood for years.
The fact that people waited until the last minute really flies in the face of history and the notice that's put on the ballot itself.
Reporting live, Michael Commit, KSL News Radio.
Utah will execute a man later this week for the first time in over a decade, and that means a lot of cost that taxpayers will bear. KSL News Radio's Becky Bruce crunched some numbers. Just housing Tabor and Honey has already cost taxpayers an estimated $1.2 million and counting.
We start with the Department of Corrections' own estimates that it costs just over $51,000 a year to house the average inmate. Honey was sentenced 25 years ago, which brings us to that first number. But KSL legal analyst Greg Skordas says that doesn't tell the whole story. Capital punishment appeals are much more expensive than regular criminal appeals, and the state picks up much of the tab.
Skordas says the drugs used for lethal injection can cost in the hundreds of thousands of dollars just for one dose. He also says there are multiple studies that show life in prison is less expensive than capital punishment. The last time a death row inmate was executed was back in 2010, and journalists Pat Reevey and Cheryl Worsley witnessed that execution. They shared their thoughts with KSL TV's Daniel Woodruff.
Pat, now with KSL.com, was working for the Deseret News.
Ronnie Lee was.
Cheryl, who oversees KSL podcasts, was the news director at KSL News Radio.
You're performing the journalistic act of bearing witness to the execution, but how do you process personally watching someone be put to death?
That's a good question. I don't know that you fully process that.
As Daniel reported there, Cheryl Worsley was the news director of KSL News Radio at the time. Still got some slowdowns. One of them I'm looking at on the UDOT cameras, I-15 northbound, about 145th South. That's the south end of the valley. We'll check that spot and the rest of the valley when we come back.
A happy place comes in many colors. One that leaves you feeling refreshed. Something that gets you all fired up. Or gives you the space to chill. Whatever your color, bring happiness home with CertaPro Painters and make your happy place your home. CertaPro Painters, that's painting happy. Get started today at CertaPro.com. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. Contractor license and registration information is available at CertaPro.com.
So the body knows that it needs to heal itself, but it doesn't know how to concentrate it and target it into just one area. So that's where we come in.
By we, Dr. Ashley Caravelli means the nation's leader in regenerative medicine, QC Kinetics.
We put in those treatments, then it sends out like little signalers to your body. We're able to make the body focus on the areas that need the most healing.
QC Kinetics has gathered brilliant medical minds like Dr. Caravelli and Dr. Mitchell Shinecup, a pioneer in the field of regenerative medicine, to lead the way in these innovative pain treatments.
So at QC Kinetics, we have a whole team working nationwide with cutting-edge research to reach our patients and treat them and know that surgery is no longer their only option.
The consultation is free. Find out if you're a candidate. Call QC Kinetics today.
Call QC Kinetics, 385-766-1987. That's 385-766-1987. 385-766-1987.
Get triple rewards on your rewards
rewards Visa card from Cyprus Credit Union when you spend on gas and travel from now through August. Learn more or apply today at cypruscu.com.
Reliability, steadiness, trusted voices.
I'll listen to KSL in the morning. I use it to find my weather, to find my traffic. When you ask me what news is, I think of KSL first.
We have you covered at KSL News Radio.
Within the hour, we have learned that Vice President Kamala Harris has selected Minnesota Governor Tim Walz as her running mate. They will be appearing on stage together at a rally in Pennsylvania. We'll have continuing coverage for you here on KSL. 7:39. It's emergency traffic and weather together. At least we think so. Brought to you by Sinclair's DinoPay app. Save up to 20 cents a gallon. I know we've had troubles in many places, Andy.
We have. Right now, the biggest delay in Salt Lake Valley's 21st South Freeway, going over from 56 West to 3200 West with that new lane shift. It's probably going to be the norm thing in the for the next 5 months. So kind of get an idea. This is what you're going to have to get through and adjust commute time starting tomorrow. But if you're on Bangor, you've got some delay in Taylorsville near 5400 South, then again at the 201 freeway, and now backups around the 9800 South Jordan intersection as well. Heather?
Well, we've got a couple of issues happening up in the Clearfield area. One, there our teachers are going to a professional development seminar up at Clearfield High School, but also there's construction on SR 193, which is causing some delays if you're trying to get on SR 193 or 1000 East by the high school. So just be prepared for extra time in that area. I-15 southbound, though, we've been pretty much at freeway speeds the entire morning from Ogden to Salt Lake. That's less than 30 minutes, and no problems getting through the mountains to and from Morgan. Eric?
The city streets and freeways are kind of a mess in the north part of Utah County this morning. There's always delays in the area on Redwood Road and 2100 North, but more so today because the crash at Camp Williams northbound Redwood Road is down to one lane as you go by there. We're actually seeing southbound slowdowns go by the camp as well. Mountain View corridor turning into 2100 North, very slow over to I-15. You turn on to I-15. And then you got more delays, not quite as bad, but from Triumph Boulevard, a rounding point of the mountain, that's all one big slowdown right now. It's the end of summer sale with Zero Res. Get 3 rooms clean starting at $99 plus 20% off your air duct cleaning. Visit ZeroRes.com and book your appointment today. Eric Butler, KSL Traffic Center.
KSL Pollen Report has grass and ragweed allergens into the moderate. As we head into Thursday, Friday, those concentrations will likely pick up. We'll be into the high category. As far as smoke, we are in the clear for today, but by Wednesday afternoon and evening, more smoke pours in from California. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Sunny skies downtown, starting to warm up now. 82 degrees in downtown Salt Lake City. We've been talking about the cost of executions. Not my favorite conversation to have when you're talking about someone's life, but we are going to have this conversation coming up here in just a minute with KSL legal analyst Greg Skordas, who earlier this morning was pointing out that the cost of actually carrying out the death penalty and all of the appeals along the way can, and many studies have shown, be more costly to taxpayers than life in prison. We'll sort all of that out for you coming up here in just a minute. Right now, though, it's time for Jeff Kaplan's Minute of News, brought to you by the law offices of Jordan Wilcox.
What a mess. A tanker loaded with live fish from a hatchery overturned and crashed last month in Oregon.
The 53-foot truck rolled onto the passenger side, skidded on the pavement, and then went over a rocky embankment, causing it to roll onto its roof.
77,000 live salmon were thrown from the truck onto the shoulder, but unbelievably, most of them survived. Their will to live so strong. These little salmon flip-flopped and wiggled their way down the embankment to a stream running alongside the highway, and they're now happily swimming toward the Pacific. This sort of thing happens now and again. In 2016, there was a similar crash, but what made that incident amazing, listen to this. The truck driver flunked a breathalyzer and was charged with drunk driving. Even his wife believed he was a closet alcoholic, but the poor guy insisted he hadn't touched a single drop of liquor. No rum, no wine, no whiskey, and I say he's a poor guy because he's been diagnosed with a rare condition called autobrewery syndrome. The New York Times reports when you have autobrewery syndrome, your stomach turns carbs into ethanol. It's very rare, but a person with this ABS eats a plate of spaghetti and the fungus in his gastrointestinal tract breaks down the pasta and turns it into ethanol. Alcohol. It's like all by itself your stomach is making beer or bourbon or tequila. tequila. And yes, even though you haven't had a drop of booze, you get drunk. Very drunk. The Times reports one woman on the side of the road with a flat tire was breathalyzed in New York and blew a .40. 5 times the legal limit without a drop to drink. Her belly made her drunk. Fortunately, this condition is so rare it's believed worldwide. Only a few dozen people have autobrewery syndrome, but scientists say more might be out there undiagnosed, and there's no cure except being incredibly careful about eating carbs.
Jeff Kaplan's Minute of News, only on KSL News Radio.
Brought to you this morning by the law offices of Jordan Wilcox. IRS harassing you? The law offices of Jordan Wilcox can help. Visit taxhelput.com.
Because of a surgery I had, it put me in a position where I had to learn to walk again. I had no hope for any more income. We had an IRS burden of about $36,000. With no income and only enough money to keep paying the bills, we had to make a decision. I was driving home from Salt Lake one day and I heard a commercial on the radio about Jordan Wilcox. I got home, my wife and we talked about it, and we made the decision to give Jordan Wilcox a call. We met with Jordan at his office, and they had a plan in place for me almost immediately. And because of the good work of the folks at Jordan Wilcox's office, that burden was reduced to about $895. When we found out that it was only $895, it was like the worst burden in the world had been taken off from our shoulders.
Don't face the IRS alone. I'm Utah Tax Attorney Jordan Wilcox. Visit taxhelput.com to schedule your free consultation. Let's solve your tax problems. That's taxhelput.com.
KSL News Time, 7:45. The 3 things you need to know this hour. First,
dozens protested in Ogden last night demanding answers from child investigators regarding the case and death of 12-year-old Gavin Peterson. I'm KSL News Radio's Adam Small.
Second, Vice President Kamala Harris has selected Minnesota Governor Tim Walz as her running mate. Sources say she was impressed with his happy-go-lucky presence. I'm sure we'll hear more from ABC News in just a moment, but let's third get a look at traffic and weather together.
Trying to get from Lehigh into Salt Lake County. It's on Redwood. It's a mess because of a crash at Camp Williams Road. If you're on I-15, it's slow because I think a lot of people don't want to take Redwood Road, and so they're all on I-15, and there's slow backups going into Bluffdale. I'm Andy Farnsworth in the KSL Traffic Center.
Triple digits for the next couple afternoons, then a cooling trend. I'm Matt Johnson.
82 now from the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios with that check of ABC News.
This is a special report from ABC News. Harris picks Walz. I'm Brian Clark. Presumptive Democratic nominee Kamala Harris is poised to select Minnesota Governor Tim Walz as her running mate. ABC's Karen Travers has more on the 60-year-old.
Minnesota Governor Tim Walz became a popular choice online for Vice President Harris's running mate with his folksy style and zingers aimed at Donald Trump, including calling Republicans weird. He served 24 years in the Army National Guard, served 6 terms in Congress representing a rural district, and worked as a public high school teacher and football and basketball coach. Walz and his wife Gwen have a son and a daughter.
ABC political director Rick Klein explains what he brings to the ticket.
The Harris campaign knows that if you win in the upper Midwest, you almost certainly win the election. And the movement that we've seen in the battleground state polling and the 538 polling average just since Joe Biden left the race is substantial, and it's particularly pronounced in those upper Midwest states.
2 will appear in Philadelphia tonight. This is ABC News.
The execution of Tabor and Honey. In-depth coverage on KSL News Radio.
Thursday, we'll see Utah's first execution in over a decade. Going in depth with us now on how much this execution will cost Utah taxpayers is KSL legal analyst Greg Skort. As I said a minute ago, Greg, these are kind of uncomfortable conversations, even when you're talking about a convicted felon here. But it is part of the conversation whenever we do this, the cost of executing a human life or keeping them in prison for life. You said there's actually studies out there that show the difference.
Yes, and it goes back to more than just the execution itself, Tim. We have to deal with the whole trial process and the appellate process. When you have a capital case, the rules are different. The trial is different. It goes into both a guilt phase and a penalty phase. And, of course, afterwards, and the Honey case is a perfect example of this, the homicide occurred in 1998. Here we are 26 years later, having gone through the Utah Supreme Court several times, the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals several times, and an application to the United States Supreme Court. Those are costly. Then we get down to the execution itself. The medication that's involved is very expensive, and the logistics, it's not something we do very often. So if you look at it from a purely cost analysis, the death penalty and execution is probably more expensive. I mean, it's certainly more expensive than having someone housed in prison for life without the possibility of parole.
These appeals actually are ongoing almost constantly from the time that they are convicted, are they not? And yet they don't get a whole lot of attention.
No, they don't, and there are several. There are even appeals going on right now. There's an appeal for clemency to the governor himself, and there was an appeal to the Board of Pardons not long ago. I mean, they're just going on and on and on. The execution is set for Thursday morning. I think it's like at 12:01, and right now it appears it's going to go forward, but you can bet that there will be other last-minute applications, appeals, requests for clemency, anything that the defense can do to save this man's life. And no one can blame them for trying, but those are the kind of things, Tim, that add to the cost and expense of a death penalty case. It's the law of the land in both the state and the federal court. I completely understand that, but if you look at the cost of it, it really is very substantial.
Interesting angle on what's happening this week. Greg, we appreciate your analysis this morning. KSL legal analyst Greg Skordas joining me on the In-Depth at 15 and 45. All right, 7:49. Emergency traffic and weather together brought to you by Sinclair's Dino Pay app, where you can save up to 20 cents a gallon. Here's Andy Farnsworth.
And we've got delays really on 21st South the whole way from 56 West over to 3200 West, and a lot of slowing on Bangerter this morning at all the intersections. 98 South up, and there's not even one at 47th anymore, but there's still backups coming down from 54th into that construction. And then at least 2 or 3 blocks before you hit the 201 freeway. I-15, you've got backups at Point of the Mountain, and then heavy the whole way from Sandy into Murray. Heather?
We've got delays now southbound I-15 as you approach Parish Lane in Centerville, and again between Beck Street and downtown Salt Lake City. That's your slowest area of traffic on a major freeway. Where we do have congestion on city streets is US 89 at Harrison Boulevard in South Ogden, as well as on SR 193 eastbound between Main Street and I-15. Eric.
Slowdowns aplenty in the north part of Utah County, northbound Redwood Road heading up to Camp Williams. You had a crash there that's blocking off the left lane, and you got southbound delays going by Camp Williams as well. Mountain View Corridor turning into 2100 north for eastbounders, slow over to the freeway, and that's spilling over now into the other major routes over to I-15, Pioneer Crossing and Lehigh's Main Street, also getting slow at the moment. Big O Tires does things differently for many reasons, one being to get you the best deal possible on all your tire and service needs. This is just one more reason to pick Big O Tires, the team you trust. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
Time for your 7-day forecast, brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful. Man, did we get a little gully washer through West Jordan yesterday for a short time.
Yeah, nice thunderstorms working through, and most of the valley picked up about a quarter inch. Today looks like drier air mixes in. We could see some mountains we could see some storms at the mountaintops. But the big story, 103 today. That would break a record of 102 back in 2019. Tomorrow, I know you don't love this news, but the smoke is headed back in by tomorrow late afternoon, 100 the high. Mostly sunny, 98, smoky on Thursday. Friday, partly cloudy, 99. And then a little bit of a return of the monsoon thunderstorms Saturday and Sunday, throwing in a 30% chance with a high of only 92 by Monday. That would be nice.
Yeah, do all these chances of precipitation then indicate that we've had a little break in the high pressure or a change in the system that gets us into that flow?
Yep, basically the position of the high determines how much moisture makes it in here. So
excellent.
Moving just right.
All right, and maybe we'll see the last of these hundreds. We'll hope. Right now it's 82 degrees in downtown Salt Lake City. Thank you, Matt. We'll check money news here in just a minute. Hey, you're looking to buy or sell a home? Don't try and do it on your own. It's always been tough, and it certainly is stressful when you're going through the process because you don't want to make any mistakes on either side of buying or selling and leave some money on the table that doesn't need to be. But it does seem like this market in particular is even tougher to navigate. But it can't or won't be with the help of the right team. And that team for us is the Stern team. They have this amazing strategic home selling system where they will sit down with you as an individual, take a look at your current situation, what your needs are, how quickly you need to move, what you're looking to do when you do move, and what your financial situation is, and then come up with a plan that will be specific to you. And it all starts with a good ballpark figure of where your home might be worth. Just go to the Stern Team's website, which is sternteam.com, and click on Sell. Then you go to Home Evaluation, and within seconds, really, you can find out what your property is worth. They have so many ways to help you with instant cash offers. We have shared many stories of people that have used the Stern Team. But with this instant cash offer, you can actually skip the hassles of a traditional sale and close in as little as 7 days if that's what you need. Buy before you sell. You can ask them about that. And, of course, they have those flexible fees that we talk about from time to time. It is the way to go. You don't want to, take the chance on leaving any money on the table, as I said, when you're buying or selling. So make that call today and go to sternteam.com or just Google the Stern Team.
To celebrate Team USA going for gold, Xfinity is offering a gold medal deal. Now, through August 11th, get our best offer yet with 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one line of unlimited mobile for just $35 a month for a year and a free 5G phone. And the action doesn't stop there. Save on some of the biggest names in streaming by adding the new Xfinity Stream Saver with Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for just $15 a month. Don't wait. When the Olympic Games end, so does this deal. Go to Xfinity.com/Team USA. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Get the fastest connection to Paris with Xfinity, proud partner of Team USA.
Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment tax and fees extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply to internet and mobile. Stream Saver price subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed. Free 5G phone requires eligible trade-in. Select models only.
Gillette Heating and Air Conditioning is offering spring air conditioner tune-ups for only $59. Call 385-GET-COOL to schedule today. A Carrier Factory authorized dealer.
Watching Utah's Money, brought to you by Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com. Just time to take a look at the markets here, and we're rallying a little bit here after the bell. The Dow is up 311, the S&P is up 47, and the NASDAQ regaining about 94 points. That's 0.6%. Time this morning for Cougar Tracks. Here's KSL Sports BYU insider Mitch Harper.
While everyone's attention at BYU football camp is on the quarterback battle, Cougars need to shore up their offensive line play this season. They struggled last year, and offensive tackle Caleb Etienne was one of the players who faced his share of adversity in the trenches after transferring in from Oklahoma State. Etienne enters his senior year and can't wait to play in this year's offensive line. It is now coached by new offensive line coach TJ Woods from Georgia Southern.
Everybody's accounted for it, man, no matter what. So nobody on the line would not be protecting nobody, no matter what play it is. Every man, we're a response team, so we're going to make sure everyone has a man no matter what, and that's what Coach Woods bringing to the O-line room to help the O-line just have better awareness and just better protection for the guys outside and the quarterback as well.
For more on ETN and this BYU offensive line, subscribe to the Cougar Tracks podcast wherever you get your podcast or on the KSL Sports app. With Cougar Tracks, I'm Mitch Harper on your legacy home of the BYU Cougars, KSL News Radio.
Most people are coming in because they have a problem, and they have all kinds of hopes and aspirations and things they want to do, and they're finally walking into the Good Feet store. I'm ready to dive in there and help them find a solution to their problem.
You're listening to Beth, an arch support specialist at the Good Feet store.
So this woman walks in. She's literally got tears coming out of her eyes. I'm going to Turkey. I'm going to be walking and walking and walking. I've wanted to go there my entire life. I can't walk. And I don't know what to do, so help me. And I helped her.
For over 20 years, we've been helping people live the life they love without letting their feet get in the way.
She called me and told me what a wonderful time she had on her trip, was virtually pain-free, that I had literally saved her life. I'm gonna cry. You just can't replace that.
See what we can do for you with a free personalized arch support fitting at the Good Feet store.
Stop by the Good Feet store in Farmington, Riverton, or Sandy for a free fitting. Call 1-800-NEW-FEET or visit goodfeet.com.
It's emergency traffic and weather together here, brought to you by Sinclair's DynoPay app, where you can save up to 20 cents a gallon. Back to you, Andy.
Tim, slowdowns on the 201 freeway continue to be an issue from Mountain View Corridor over to 3200 West. Bangerter's got extra delay at night in South Jordan, Taylorsville, and up near 201 in West Valley, and I-15 backups Bluffdale. A stop and go, and then heavy and slow between the 106 and 53rd South exits. It's going to be a lot of extra time heading north this morning, Heather.
Traffic is at a crawl right now, southbound I-15 as you leave Farmington, head through all of Centerville. It's due to a crash just before you get to Parish Lane. Now, it had been blocking all lanes of traffic for a few minutes while Highway Patrol moved all the vehicles from the left side of the freeway over to the right shoulder. So all the lanes are now open, but the delays still stretch back. You need to allow at least 15 extra minutes on your commute into Salt Lake. Eric.
Northbound 15 slowdowns from 2100 north up to the point of the mountain. And you've got northbound and southbound slowdowns, big time slowdowns on Redwood Road because of a crash at Camp Williams, blocking a lane in each direction. Common Spirit, hospitals, clinics, and caregivers all connected to advanced healthcare in Colorado, Kansas, and Utah. Healthcare with Human Kindness is here. Hello, Human Kindness. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
Warmest day of the week this afternoon at 103, and right now it's 82 degrees downtown.
KSL FM Midvale.
KSL Salt Lake City.
From the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios, this is KSL News Radio.
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Good morning. KSL News Time is 8 o'clock. This is Utah's Morning News. I'm Tim Hughes, Amanda Dixon with the week off. And our top story this hour, the murder of a young sheriff's deputy being ruled as suspicious. KSL News Radio's Michael Committee's live with more. Michael?
Tim, it was last Thursday when the body of 25-year-old Marbella Martinez was discovered in her Tooele home. She was working as a corrections officer since January, but even though she was new, Sheriff Rosie Rivera with Salt Lake County Sheriff's Office says Martinez became a cherished friend, and her death is a profound loss. Detectives have named Martinez's father, Hector Martinez, as a person of interest, and anyone with information should reach out to the police. Reporting live, Michael Commit, KSL News Radio.
Tooele Police Corporal Colby Bentley says her death is particularly difficult because of how early it happened in her career.
They truly are out here trying to make a difference in their community, and it's hard to see a life cut short by so much.
Bentley described her as a dedicated member of the sheriff's office family. Dozens protested last night demanding answers from the Utah Division of Child and Family Services in the case of 12-year-old Gavin Peterson. KSL News Radio's Adam Small is live with the details. Adam?
Tim, Sabrina Tracy organized the protest in Ogden last night. She tells KSL TV they want to see transparency and changes.
What we're really looking at is to have Utah really look strongly at DCFS and really look at the policies and regulations and see where that disconnect is and where we're failing.
Gavin died after police say he was abused and starved for years, despite several people making reports about it at DCFS over the last couple of years. We're also hearing from DCFS publicly for the first time about this case. They say they and the Department of Health and Human Services are conducting reviews of how the case was handled. Those findings will be presented to state lawmakers next month. Live, Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
A Salt Lake City man being accused of singling out minority semi-truck drivers and illegally towing their vehicles. KSL News Radio's Virl Johansson joins me live with that story. Virl?
Tim, Jason Lovato owns Bailout Towing in West Valley City. KSL.com reports Lovato was charged with 15 second-degree felonies, 8 third-degree felonies, and a Class A misdemeanor on July 31st. All the charges are based on claims that Lovato and his employees have been singling out immigrant and minority semi-truck drivers and towing their rigs illegally. West Valley police say during their investigation they learned of complaints as far back as 2022 about Lovato's unlawful towing and illegal methods. Live, Virl Johansson, KSL News Radio.
KSL's top national stories now. Vice President Kamala Harris, officially the Democratic presidential nominee. She received 99% of the votes from the Democratic National Convention delegates. She was the only candidate eligible to receive votes as no other candidate qualified. We now know as well that she has selected Minnesota Governor Tim Walz to stand by her side this election. ABC News senior White House correspondent Selena Wang has more.
His backstory is really perfect when it comes to him being a high school football coach. He's a former member of the NRA, which could appeal to perhaps more Republican-leaning voters who are independent in that way as well. He is also a former football coach. He spent years in Congress. He has a lot of relationships there as well. And when it comes down to it, though, he is not actually from a battleground state. That's why there was so much speculation about Governor Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania being the favorite. But ultimately, Vice President Harris, I'm told, really cares about chemistry. She cares about someone who she can trust, as well as picking someone who can help her win.
Wang says the campaign will most likely lean into its rural roots to help campaign this year. The list of possible running mates included Arizona Senator Mark Kelly, Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, and Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker. Time for First Look Traffic. Back to you, Andy.
Tim, we've got backups still coming out of Lehigh and Saratoga Springs on Redwood Road because of a rollover crash at the entrance to Camp Williams. It's made traffic a nightmare in that part, including on Mountain View and 2100 North as well. Got some I-15 slowdowns in Springville, in Lehigh going up over the point, and South 15 jammed up between Farmington and Centerville from an earlier crash. I'm Andy Farnsworth in the KSL Traffic Center.
A farmer's market in Murray is finding new ways to introduce kids to different fruits and veggies.
The Murray Park Farmers Market introduced a free program called the Power of Produce Club for kids. Utah Farm Bureau Manager Adelaide Corey Dish says the concept is simple. Kids either try the fruit or veggie of the day or complete the activity for a reward.
And once they complete, or at least try, whatever it is we're offering that day, then we actually give them what we call pop bucks.
The kids can use those pop bucks to buy fruit or vegetables from any of the vendors on site. The Pop Club is supported by the Farmers Market Coalition and Zions Bank and happens every Saturday. Eric Cabrera, KSL News Radio.
Paris 2024.
Brazilian gymnast Rebecca Andrade took first on the floor exercises, besting Simone Biles. ABC's Andrew Dimmert has the latest now on the Olympics from Paris.
Jordan Childs claimed third place after her coach challenged her original score, the judges awarding an extra tenth of a point, earning her the bronze. Then a moment of true sportsmanship, both Childs and Biles bowing to Andrade during the medal ceremony.
It was just the right thing to do.
The triathlon mixed relay went on as planned, despite international concern over water quality. Team USA taking silver in a head-to-head sprint to the finish against Germany.
The Belgium team pulled out of the triathlon mixed relay after one of their athletes got sick. Not confirmed if it was from swimming in the Seine, but some people believe it may have led to it. Utah athletes competing in the Olympic sport climbing yesterday, and we get the story from KSL TV's Alex Cabrero.
After the men, it was the women's speed climbing event, and Emma Hunt was absolutely dominant, first setting a world record, which was then beat in just a few minutes by the Polish climber. But Emma moves on to the quarterfinals. Piper Kelly also climbed for USA. She did not advance to the quarterfinals, which takes place on Wednesday.
Women's boulder and lead will also happen today. Southbound drivers I-15 now experiencing delays in Davis County from Farmington to Centerville. We'll check in with the traffic center and see what's going on there with traffic and weather together.
You start your mornings in it. Breakfast. Bathe your kids in it. Talk, laugh, and play in it. But when it comes to paying for your kids' college with it, you don't even consider it. It's your home. Tap into it with HomeTap. Tap into the money you already have with no monthly payments. Learn more about funding and education and so much more at HomeTap.com.
AMCO presents Bet You Didn't Know.
Bet you didn't know that your car's transmission is made up of 800 pieces. Also, bet you didn't know that AMCO's fixed over 40 million transmissions and that AMCO offers a nationwide warranty.
Check out Amco's multiple financing options so you can fix it fast and pay it off slow.
That's AMCO, AA, MCO.
Do you feel like it's impossible to lose weight on your own? We know the secret to losing weight and keeping it off long-term without drugs or injections. At SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com, many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in a month or two with our staff support and accountability. And we do that without prepackaged meals, no exercising, no hormones, no injections, drugs, or surgery. Go to SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com now.
I'm Maria Chaleos. Salt Lake City Fat Loss has made it easy for me to lose 36 pounds, 25 of that in the first 60 days. No rigorous workouts, injections, or prepackaged meals, just a healthy meal plan. Mention my name and save $200 now at slcfatloss.com.
To learn about our program, go to SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com and schedule your free private phone consultation. Our staff will walk you through our entire program, talk about your health goals, and see if it's a good fit for you. Call 801-450-1882 or go to SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com to schedule your free phone consultation now. That's SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com. Results may vary.
Getting help with electrical repairs is easier than you think. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Join your friends who rely on KSL each morning for the fastest routes to work and school.
I am listening for the traffic.
I'll always know if somebody's going to be late to work.
That's often what's on when I'm driving.
Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the 9s.
On KSL News Radio.
Some surprise to many today that Vice President Kamala Harris has selected Minnesota Governor Tim Walz over Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro. But that appears to be the case, although she has not made an official announcement yet. We'll follow it here on KSL. 8:09, time for a look at traffic and weather together. It's emergency traffic brought to you by Sinclair's DinoPay app, where you can save up to 20 cents a gallon. Back to you, Andy.
Well, Tim, it's finally improving a little bit on that I-15 flow between Draper and Murray. It's still a few spots that'll add extra minutes to your time, but not a lot after some of what we've been through this morning. 201 freeway, that stayed pretty consistent slow between 5600 west and 3200 west for people who are trying to get used to that new traffic pattern. Heather?
We have delays southbound I-15 through a part of Farmington all the way down to Parish Lane in Centerville due to an earlier crash that's now moved over to the right shoulder. A lot of people are opting to transition onto Legacy Parkway, which is causing additional congestion through Centerville as well. Both of them, it's kind of a toss-up as to which will get you into Salt Lake earlier. No problems, though, if you want to go through the mountains, I-84. Eric?
From Saratoga Springs, Lehigh's Main Street, basically on Redwood Road, all the way up to Camp Williams, you got slowdowns because of a crash at Camp Williams, a rollover crash that had blocked off the left lane in both directions. Now, the southbound traffic seems to be getting better as you go from Harriman, Bluffdale, all that down into Utah County. And we did hear of some major delays in that direction earlier. I-15 in Utah County looking good until you get to Triumph Boulevard, and then you see some in patches up to Point of the Mountain and the county line. Transform your outdated kitchen with half-price granite. Granite, quartz, marble, and quartzite starting at $25 per square foot installed. Visit halfpricegranite.com. Affordable luxury. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
Anticipating more sunshine than clouds today. Partly cloudy skies with a high of 103. Partly cloudy overnight. Sprinkles are possible with a low 76. By tomorrow, mostly sunny and 100 the high. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Let me just do a quick refresh here. Right now, it's 82 degrees in downtown Salt Lake City. Dave and Debbie going to be talking about this Alpine School District vote that is going to be going on, trying to decide today if this district split will actually show up on the ballot in November. We'll talk with Debbie about it coming up here in just a minute. So stay with us, streaming live at KSLNewsRadio.com and on the app for KSL News Radio, Utah's news, traffic, and weather station. If you're a person that's been dealing with severe arthritic joint pain for a while and just are at your wit's end, and I have family members going through the same thing right now, trying to avoid having surgery and giving up on steroids or any other pain meds that you may have tried in the past. Got some good news for you today. QC Kinetics, their medical professionals have arrived in Mill Creek, Provo, and Bountiful, and they are ready to help deliver relief and help you get your life back with these great cellular therapies that are being developed that are there to give you lasting relief. They've been helping patients like you every day with this advanced regenerative medicine that, in a nutshell, helps to accelerate your own body's healing properties, revitalizing your joints so that you can move again and get you out and about doing the things you love, particularly at a time of the year when, you can get outside and do these things. Winter's not going to be that far off, believe it or not, and you're going to be back indoors. Here's a number to call because they're offering free consultations right now. Why not call and find out if it's something that could help you? 385-766-1987. There's no obligation. 385-766-1987. Call QC Kinetics today. 385-766-1987.
15 years ago, we were adding on to our home, and so I convinced Sean we should update the kitchen.
We did some research, and we decided to go with 3-Day Kitchen and Bath. Their reputation was phenomenal. To design, do the construction, and the finish work, what we wanted was what we got from start to finish. So fast forward 15 years, our family's changed. We've gotten bigger.
There just wasn't the space in the kitchen anymore. People were banging into each other.
We decided 3-Day Kitchen and Bath. Here's the problem. What are our solutions? Comparing working with 3-Day Kitchen and Bath 15 years ago, today, their ability to design what you want was the same.
Everything has been what I want.
The quality of 3-Day Kitchen and Bath, I think, is phenomenal. The countertops and the cabinets that they use are great. They were just good guys doing good work.
For more about your new kitchen or bath, visit 3daykitchen.com.
3-Day Kitchen and Bath.
Hi friends, Dan the Laptop Man here from PC Laptops. In celebration of over 32 years of serving humans in Utah with their computer and tech needs, we've slashed our prices. And these are the new 2025 models. Here's the deal. You can get our new 2025 S1 desktop with a blazing Ryzen 5 processor, 16 gigs of RAM, and over a terabyte of blazing fast storage on this promotion. We also have our new 2025 SM3 laptop with the Intel i5 processor, 16 gigs, and over a terabyte of storage for $999. You can take one home today for $999. And you also get the peace of mind of our lifetime service warranty. We also have 12 months special financing available, and they start as low as $29 a month. But hurry in because supplies are limited. Because at PC Laptops, we love you. PCLaptops.com. Take home a blazing fast 2025 model desktop or laptop for $999 at PCLaptops.com.
KSL News Time, 8:15. The three things you need to know this hour. First,
Vice President Kamala Harris has selected Minnesota Governor Tim Walz as her running mate. I'm KSL News Radio's Alexandria Bonilla.
second, the death of a young sheriff's deputy being investigated as a suspicious death. Her father is thought to be involved. Third, it's traffic and weather together.
Long waits on Redwood Road right now trying to get up into the Salt Lake Valley because of a crash at Camp Williams in Redwood. You've still got delays on I-15 to deal with middle of Salt Lake County and especially on South 15 between Farmington and Centerville. I'm Andy Farnsworth in the KSL Traffic Center.
Partly cloudy with a high of 103, then one more day of triples. I'm Matt Johnson.
And it's already 83 degrees now at the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. We now know what the complete Democratic ticket looks like this morning. Let's check in with ABC News.
From ABC News, I'm Brian Clark. Presumptive Democratic nominee Kamala Harris is poised to select Minnesota Governor Tim Walz as her running mate. ABC's Karen Travers has more on his background.
The 60-year-old governor is a military veteran, former member of Congress, and a former educator. He's enacted a robust Democratic agenda in Minnesota, including paid family and medical leave, protections for abortion rights, universal free school meals for students, and protections for gender-affirming care.
The Trump campaign, in a statement, calls Walz a liberal extremist. ABC's Rachel Scott has more on their shifting approach.
Once President Joe Biden dropped out of the race, they now have tried to figure out what their new line of attack is, not only on Vice President Kamala Harris, but also now on someone who is going to be her running mate.
Two will appear tonight at a Philadelphia rally, kicking off a tour of battleground states. And ABC political director Rick Klein says that's part of Walz's appeal.
The Harris campaign knows that if you win in the upper Midwest, you almost certainly win the election. And the movement that we've seen in the battleground state polling and the 538 polling average just since Joe Biden left the race is substantial, and it's particularly pronounced in those upper Midwest states.
The economy and the stock market could play roles in the election. Things on Wall Street much calmer today after yesterday's sell-off. The S&P 500 and the Dow both up slightly. The Nasdaq lower after the worst day for markets in 2 years. Geopolitical worries, though, could change the markets as Iran vowed revenge on Israel following the assassination of a top Hamas leader in Tehran. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken said Monday,
"It is urgent that all parties make the right choices in the hours and days ahead."
And Debbie blamed for 5 deaths in the southeast, 4 in Florida, 1 in Georgia, as that region now deals with historic rain from the storm. More than 10 million under some kind of flood alert in Georgia and the Carolinas. You're listening to ABC News.
How does it feel to have a hurricane named after you anyway?
Well, spelled with a Y, not an I-E, so they didn't spell the name right.
Dave and Debbie coming up
Hi,
top.
Tim.
Hi. We're going to talk about this Alpine School District vote. You think this split's going to show up on the ballot?
Well, look, I'm looking at this really unique way that they're rolling through these city council meetings throughout the day-to-day. So what's happening is quite unusual. I don't know that I recall ever seeing it done this way before, but we've got a meeting at noon today at Alpine City Hall, and then you skip over to Lehigh at 4, 6 o'clock at American Fork, and then the lineup continues until 7 o'clock tonight with Draper and Highland having their city council meetings. And what they'll decide to do between these 6 different, I think it's 6, 1, 2, 3, cities is to determine if there's enough support to put the issue of an Alpine School District split on the ballot. And this particular vote deals with forming one school district within it. Look, this school district is huge. You know, so often we think bigger is better. Like, I like the large fry over the small fry order at McDonald's, right? And I love the extra large popcorn at the movie theater. But in this case, it could be that biggest isn't better. Alpine School District, the biggest in the state at 87,000 students, 92 schools. It may be that it is too big, that not everybody's feeling content with how things are going. You know, so you just get too big.
Yeah.
You can't keep up with all of the demands of all of the students and all of the families. We're going to be asking our listeners to weigh in as well. We'll be taking live phone calls. Let's call it a D2 town hall today on the Alpine School District debate.
Do you know if all these city councils have to agree for this to go on the ballot?
That's a great question. We'll get to the bottom of that to figure. You think if there's just a majority, maybe?
Yeah.
Well, I think what's going to happen is there's going to be some sort of interlocal agreement to move forward together. And if all of them sign on, then they're all in, and if they don't all sign on, then maybe there's only 5 in. So we'll find out. That's a great question, Tim.
All right, David Dujanovic coming up top of the hour as always, 9 to noon here on KSL. It's 8:19. Time for a look at traffic and weather together. Brought to you by Sinclair's Dino Pay app, where you can save up to 20 cents a gallon. Man, I hate to think that situation there, Andy, at 3200 West is going to look like that for 5 months.
Unfortunately, it probably will. People will figure out a few things maybe over the next week or two to like maybe a different route. But for now, this is what it's going to look like, an extra 15, 20, 30 minutes depending on the part of the morning. Right now, it's still pretty busy starting prior to Bangerter and going over to 3200 West. But we've also got slowdowns still on I-15 around 106th, 53rd South. A crash from one of our listeners, so we can see the backups. On 90th South, just before you get to I-15, the traffic's backed all the way to 1300 West. Heather?
Both Legacy Parkway and I-15 are very slow from the US 89 merge, going southbound on both Legacy and I-15, all the way down to Parish Lane and Centerville. That is due to a crash on I-15 right before Parish Lane. That has now been moved over to the right shoulder, but it's taking time for all the delays to clear out, and a lot of people are opting to get onto Legacy because of that. Now, once you get past it all, you're at pretty good speeds all the way into downtown Salt Lake City, and no problems reported on city streets right now in Weber and Davis counties. Eric?
It's looking okay in Utah County, northbound on I-15 until you get to Triumph Boulevard. Then it's going to slow down a little bit as you go by Timpanogos Highway up to Point of the Mountain. Now, the worst spot by far is Redwood Road. Had a crash at Camp Williams outside the main entrance there for a while there. That had some southbound slowing, but that has gotten better. But the northbound side is still really slow. From Lehigh's Main Street in Saratoga Springs, that's Crossroads, heading past 2100 North all the way up to Camp Williams. Now Mountain View Corridor 2100 North, that's slow, as well as Pioneer Crossing and Lehigh's Main Street for eastbounders. It's the end of summer sale with Zero Res. Get 3 rooms cleaned starting at $99 plus 20% off your air duct cleaning. Visit zerores.com and book your appointment today. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL 7-day forecast, partly cloudy skies today with a high of 103. Tomorrow, mostly sunny, 100 the high, but smoke starting to filter back into northern Utah by tomorrow afternoon and evening. Smoky skies likely on Thursday, 98, mostly sunny skies. Partly cloudy, 99 on Friday. Saturday, chance for storms, 97. We keep thunderstorm chances in the forecast on Sunday, 93. Before you know it, we're down to 92 and partly cloudy on Monday. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Right now, 82 degrees with all that sunshine. The 7-day forecast brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful. Just quickly, reminder, with all of the breaking news that's been coming our way, including Kamala Harris now with her running mate named in Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. It's a good time to remind you that you can get that breaking information right to your phone by just texting the word news to 57500. We'll check money news coming up next.
Hi, Utah. It's Congressman Burgess Owens. Are you stuck dealing with a federal agency? Need help with a passport, accessing VA benefits? Or is your child seeking a Service Academy nomination? Team Owens has your back. Connect with our remarkable casework team today by calling 801-999-9801 or by visiting owens.house.gov. Paid for by official funds authorized by the House of Representatives.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As a roofer, I don't have time to fail. Homeowners rely on me, so I rely on Beacon. Beacon's unique network of branches work together to get me what I need when I need it. And with the Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips. Now through September 15th, purchase high-quality GAF with Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
Hi, Doug Wright for NPS, and the important thing to remember about NPS is 20 to 70% off retail each and every day. There are 4 stores, and each store has different sales going on, and they'll be posted on the electronic boards in each of those stores, and that's on top of the 20 to 70% off. I like to think of it as an adventure, treasure hunting at its best. Brand new wonderful merchandise. There's a store for you, the Anchor Store at 1600 South Empire Road. The industrial store is right across the street in Salt Lake. In Layton, it's 1150 North Main Street, Orem 475 North State Street. The prices are so low at NPS, you are going to save like crazy. They price check every item before it goes on the shelf, so it beats all the competitors. Every single day they get new inventory. So get into the NPS store. Have the adventure. Save a lot of money at NPS.
Watching Utah's Money, brought to you by Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com. After yesterday's massive plunge, Japan's Nikkei soared about 10% this morning. Some notable shares rose by double-digit percentages, making up for their losses, like Toyota, which jumped 12%. Honda was actually up a bit more than that at 14%. Amazon's Jeff Bezos received the largest single-day loss of any billionaire in yesterday's stock market sell-off. He lost $8 billion. NVIDIA's CEO lost around $7.9, and Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg, net worth sank by $7 billion. Your money at this moment. Let's see if the markets are still in the green here. We are indeed. And the Dow is way up, 437 points now. That's a little more than a full percent. The S&P is up 1 1/3 here with a gain of 65, and the NASDAQ is up about 0.9% with a gain of 143. Gold still down, though, $7.90 an ounce. Super slow northbound Redwood Road heading from Saratoga Springs because of a crash near Camp Williams. We'll check that spot in the rest of the valley next.
It's time for Rush Hour Rivals. In one corner is a helmet-donning bicyclist. In the other corner is a seatbelt-wearing driver. Can the driver keep a 3-foot distance on the road? Can the cyclist ride in the bike lane and wear reflective gear? Who will win?
I'm fine to ride in the bike lane and wear reflective gear.
Yeah, and I can easily keep a 3-foot distance.
So, not rivals at all?
Nah.
Meet in the middle so your paths don't. A message from the Utah Department of Public Safety.
Is it the beginning of a slowdown?
Nearly everything on Wall Street is tumbling.
Or just a bump in the road?
The jobs report on Friday in the U.S. came in significantly weaker than expected.
Get up to the minute updates on the U.S. economy and how it impacts your bottom line.
We have you covered.
Mornings and afternoons
on KSL News Radio.
8:29, traffic and weather together again, brought to you by Sinclair's Dino Pay app. Save up to 20 cents a gallon. Where are you going to start, Andy?
We'll start with the backups that still are a problem on 21st South, going over from Bangerter towards 3200 West. A lot of extra travel time on Bangerter this morning. I'm seeing big delays on 90 South between 13th West and 700 West because of a crash coming out of that work zone over the Jordan River. Plus I-15 slowdowns continue between Point of the Mountain and Bangerter Highway, and then again right around, for a couple of miles before 5300 South. Heather?
Emergency crews are still dealing with a crash southbound I-15 right near the Parish Lane exit in Centerville. It has been moved over to the right shoulder, but the delays still stretch back all the way to the US 89 split up in Farmington. So a lot of people are opting to take Legacy Parkway southbound as their alternate, but that's slowing things down through Farmington and Centerville as well. So right now it's a toss-up as to which road is faster. No other problems, though, on most of the roadways in Weber and Davis counties. Eric?
Utah County slowdowns really in the north part of the county. Redwood Road from Saratoga Springs all the way up to Camp Williams, Mountain View Corridor, slow for eastbounders, as is Lehigh's Main Street, 2100 North, and on I-15 itself from 2100 North up past Timpanogos Highway to the county line. That's also going to be below your normal pace. Cedar City Brian Head is full of things you love, from the Shakespeare Festival, hiking, biking, ATV trails, and more. Get to know you in Utah. Plan today at visitcedarcity.com. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
We had a few raindrops earlier this morning and some wind that our texters were telling us about, and Matt just confirmed we had a gust of 56 miles an hour in the Farmington area earlier this morning. Right now, calm downtown and 84 degrees.
You're listening to Utah's Morning News with Tim Hughes and Amanda Dixon
on KSL News Radio,
102.7 FM and 1160 AM.
Good morning. KSL News Time is 8:30, and our top story this half hour is breaking news on KSL. We're learning about an officer-involved shooting that went down in West Haven yesterday. The Weber County Sheriff's Office says officers responded to a call about an individual with a gun threatening to harm themselves. Kids were reportedly in the home. When officers tried to talk them down, the situation escalated and 2 officers fired shots. They later died at the hospital. We'll have more information coming. At least 8 city councils will be voting today on whether the Alpine School District split will be put on the November ballot. KSL News Radio's Heather Peterson reports.
Because of the huge amount of growth in Utah County, the Alpine School District currently serves more than 86,000 students. Leaders have been exploring whether splitting up the district in either 2 or 3 would better represent and serve each community. A 45-day public comment period was held, and now the city councils in the proposed West and Central school districts will vote on whether this choice should be up to the voters in November.
If passed by city councils today and voters in November, the new school districts would be ready in July of 2027. You can get more information on the proposed district split and today's city council meetings at kslnewsradio.com. UDOT's new program focuses on keeping kids safe on their way to school.
Safe Routes Utah gives safety tips to kids and parents as they get ready for the school year. It provides maps with safe routes to and from school, as well as other traffic tips for students who walk or bike to school. UDOT hopes the program encourages kids from kindergarten to 8th grade to learn and practice traffic safety by offering prizes. Each month, students and parents can enter in how many days they walk to earn rewards like bikes and scooters. Verl Johansson, KSL News Radio.
We're working to gather new details about a crash involving an ambulance in South Ogden last night. KSL News Radio's Adam Small has been following the story.
This happened just after 6:30 at 5600 South Harrison Boulevard. South Ogden police have told us several people involved were taken to the hospital, but it's unclear exactly how many or how serious their injuries were, and we're still working to figure out what caused this crash in the first place. We know the ambulance and another vehicle were the only ones involved. A witness told KSL TV she saw first responders helping a family out of one vehicle and learned the ambulance did have a patient inside at the time of the crash. We have reached out to police for more information. Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
A woman and a child are dead after a crash in Utah County early this morning. The car hit a barrier and a tree at high speed. The cause still being investigated, but right now speed is a suspected factor. A mother was picking up her kids from grandma's when 29-year-old Dimitri Saliba stole her car while her 8-month-old baby was asleep inside. Saliba drove to a sheriff's office once he noticed the baby was inside, where he was arrested shortly thereafter. Saliba facing felony car theft charges and possible kidnapping charges. Now our top national stories this hour. Debbie's been downgraded from a hurricane to a tropical storm, but it's still reportedly draining resources from southern cities. Severe flooding expected for parts of South Carolina. Here's ABC's Victor Akendo.
From downtown Charleston, where the rain has been relentless and we have not seen the worst of it yet. Storm surge could be anywhere between 2 to 4 feet. The mayor saying that pumps have been brought in. They are ready to be deployed as necessary. Same with high water rescue vehicles. A curfew was put in place here in Charleston last night. City leaders meeting again this morning to assess the plan moving forward as we brace for more of this rain through Thursday.
Yeah, they're saying 30 to 40 inches possible in some areas. A lot of the cities along the coast are also posting about this rain, bringing possible flooding and even falling trees. Other areas of the U.S. dealing with extreme temperatures. Dr. Amar Athwal of Kaiser Permanente says it's important to stay hydrated. He recommends avoiding alcohol, soda, and caffeine and scheduling water breaks.
Sometimes people may not feel as thirsty as they are in the heat, so it's important to kind of have a regimen of drinking water regularly.
It will be another hot day here in Utah with the highs reaching 103. Let's get that first look traffic check with Andy.
Tim, the big delay continues to leave Utah County on Redwood Road with only one lane open at Camp Williams and traffic backed up several miles. That means people have been stuck in this for upwards of an hour. You've also got huge delays on Mountain View trying to get to Redwood Road and then continuing along 2300 North. And a ton of people are using Lehigh Main Street and Pioneer Crossing to just go from Redwood straight over to I-15. I'm Andy Farnsworth in the KSL Traffic Center.
The recount for the 2nd District primary is favoring Congresswoman Celeste Malloy, but a Utah Supreme Court decision could still change things.
Challenger Colby Jenkins argues that hundreds of mail-in ballots that were stamped too late while in processing should still be counted. Many of these postmarked votes come from Washington County, where he led a commanding lead over Representative Malloy. Still, KSL legal analyst Greg Skordas says this argument is a bit of a stretch.
People can drop their ballots off at various locations, including most county clerk's offices. So there's really no excuse for mailing your ballot late.
Skordas says ballots are sent out early with enough time for travel, but a favorable ruling could still close the gap. Michael Kimmett, KSL News Radio.
Utah plans to put a man to death later this week for the first time in 14 years, and for the first time in 25 years, it will involve lethal injection. But how much does capital punishment really cost? More than you might think, according to attorney and KSL legal analyst Greg Skordas.
The cost of execution is more than the cost of incarceration. Maybe that's a cost that society wants to pay. Maybe it's a cost that we've decided is worth it.
Honey received his sentence 25 years ago, and the Department of Corrections estimates that it cost on average about $51,000 a year to house the average inmate. That's over $1.2 million, and it does not include the medication used in the lethal injection or the cost of court proceedings and appeals. The last inmate to be executed in Utah was Ronnie Lee Gardner back in 2010, who faced a firing squad. Longtime journalist Pat Reevey and Cheryl Worsley witnessed it.
The upcoming execution of Taparan Honey will be carried out by lethal injection. Pat has witnessed one before.
It's less violent, I guess is the best word. It's more like almost a medical procedure where you see a person lying on a gurney with an IV attached to his arm.
You've seen an execution by firing squad. Is it something you would want to personally witness again?
I mean, for the sake of journalism, I would witness it.
KSL's Daniel Woodruff reports that Reevey will be witnessing Honey's execution on Thursday morning. Bangerter Highway traffic. Northbound drivers very slow going to the 201 highway, which itself is slow on the eastbound side. We'll check it all with traffic and weather together.
At Common Spirit Health, we know that lifelong health and well-being starts with primary care. So we have doctors and providers who see you, hear you, know you, and understand you. Because understanding you means understanding your needs. And that leads to a deeper knowledge of the prevention, wellness, and treatment options that may be best for you. It's primary care that treats your whole family like family. It's primary care with human kindness. Discover all the ways you can find and connect with a primary care provider at mountain.commonspirit.org.
Hey, Utah! When it comes to guiding the growth of our state, you buzzed in with your comments, and we listened to what you had to say. Your feedback on the future of Utah's housing, water, transportation, and open space will continue to help our leaders make important policy decisions, preserving and improving our high quality of life in meaningful ways for years to come. So, thanks for speaking up. Learn more about our state's future at guidingourgrowth.utah.gov.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Life hack number 7. Get an iPhone 12 on Straight Talk.
Life hack.
Here's how it works. You walk into Walmart, go to the electronics section, ask for iPhone 12 with 5G and a dual camera system, and select the new Silver Unlimited plan. They'll smile because it's a good plan. You get real unlimited data all for just $20 a month for the whole first year. Get it at Walmart or straighttalk.com. Straight Talk. Less dollars, more sense. Taxes and fees apply. Requires activation of iPhone 12 and a new Silver Unlimited plan or higher end auto pay enrollment. $25 a month service credit applied for up to 12 months if eligibility requirements are met. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Spend time with KSL News Radio and get a deeper understanding of the world around us.
You've got voices like Boyd Matheson. I enjoy his measured approach to things. A very balanced view.
Inside Sources, weekdays 1 to 3.
On KSL News Radio.
8:39 means traffic and weather together. Brought to you by Sinclair's DinoPay app. Save up to 20 cents a gallon. How about now, Andy?
Tim, in Salt Lake County, you've still got slowdowns as soon as you start over the border at Point of the Mountain. They break up a little bit, but you're going to see additional delays now. Murray into South Salt Lake. 90 is south, backed up between Redwood and 700 West. Not Redwood, 1300 West and 700 West because of a crash. And we still have delays on the 21st South Freeway and Bangerter Highway because of the new lane configurations at 3200 West. Heather?
You're going to have to add about 5 minutes or so extra on your drive southbound I-15 from Farmington through all of Centerville. It's due to an earlier crash, still over on the right shoulder just before Parish Lane. You might need to add about 10 minutes if you transition onto Legacy Parkway, as a lot of people have done, so it's slowing things down between Farmington and Centerville as well. But that's the only delay I can see up through Weber and Davis counties. Eric?
Well, that crash from Redwood Road at Camp Williams has really done a number on the morning commute coming out of Utah County. It's very slow on Redwood from Lehigh's Main Street all the way up to the crash site. And you've got Mountain View Corridor slowdowns approaching Redwood Road, and then past that 2100 North over to the freeway, as well as Pioneer Crossing and Lehigh's Main Street. All of that is slow to the freeway. And then you got slowdowns on the freeway itself, I-15. Even before 2100 North, you're going to be below the normal pace heading up to Point of the Mountain.
This is the place, Heritage Park, the place to learn, explore, and enjoy Utah history. Perfect for weddings, reunions, birthdays, celebrations of life, and more. Plan today at thisistheplace.org. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
Some drier air has been mixing into our current atmosphere. We'll go partly cloudy skies with a slight chance for a mountain storm, 103 the high. 76 overnight, partly cloudy, and a sprinkle is possible. By tomorrow, mostly sunny, 100 the high. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
84 degrees downtown. The nice thing is we've got some cleaner air to deal with winds and a little bit of rain yesterday, but Matt telling us that smoky condition may return tomorrow. We'll talk more about that in the morning. A little after 7 o'clock, well, actually a little bit before 7 o'clock this morning, we started getting word that Vice President Kamala Harris had reached a decision on her running mate, and it was Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. We got some instant analysis from somebody I trust with all the information in Washington. That would be Inside Sources' Boyd Matheson. We'll play back some of his thoughts for you coming up here in just a minute. Streaming live at KSLNewsRadio.com and on the app for KSL News Radio, Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Time for a crucial conversation about your health and weight loss goals. Everyone wants fast results, but such results usually come with side effects. And such an approach is completely unsustainable. That's why I chose SOTA Weight Loss. It's SOTA, stands for state-of-the-art weight loss. It's swift, safe, and most important, sustainable. You know, with those fad diets and diet drugs, you have to ask the crucial question, is it safe? And what happens when you stop taking the drugs? Sadly, most people gain the weight back and a little bit more. SOTA is the real, lasting, natural solution to letting go of weight and belly fat with no drugs, no side effects, for real results. You know, I swiftly lost 37 pounds in 90 days, and I've sustained that exact weight for over 2.5 years. That's real, sustainable success. So do you want swift, safe, sustainable results? Go to SOTA Weight Loss, SOTAweightloss.com today. Again, SOTAweightloss.com.
It's prime camping season, and Motorsportsland RV Centers are offering huge savings on your next RV during our model year clearance event. We've got to make room for incoming 25s, and previous year models are at huge discounts. Save tens of thousands and start a new adventure in comfort and style. We have excellent payment options, including zero-down financing, as well as special event interest rates. At Motorsportsland RV Centers, we provide a hassle-free and low-pressure buying experience. We aren't like other dealers that advertise fake prices and then charge thousands for things that should already be included. If you sit down to make a deal and see an extra charge for freight, prep, orientation, or other creative fees or packages, you've got to get out of there and come to a Motorsportsland RV Center in Salt Lake, Mill Creek, or Spanish Fork. Save thousands during Motorsportsland's Model Year Clearance event and get the RV of your dreams today. Adventure awaits.
Let Motorsportsland help you get away.
Motorsportsland.com.
Good morning, KSL News Time, 8:45. The three things you need to know this hour. First,
dozens protested in Ogden last night demanding answers from child investigators regarding the case and death of 12-year-old Gavin Peterson. I'm KSL News Radio's Adam Small.
Second, at least 8 city councils will meet today to vote on whether the Alpine School District split should be up to voters in November. Third, it's traffic and weather together.
I-15 traffic is still pretty rough coming over Point of the Mountain. Redwood Road's even more rough, although the crash appears to be gone from Redwood and Camp Williams. Still got big delays along 90th South in West Jordan heading towards the freeway. And I-15 running slower than usual, as is Legacy through Farmington. I'm Andy Farnsworth in the KSL Traffic Center.
Triple digits for the next couple afternoons, then a cooling trend. I'm Matt Johnson.
Right now, 84 degrees at the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Continuing coverage of the Vice President Kamala Harris's pick for her vice presidential running mate from ABC.
This is a special report from ABC News. Harris chooses Walz. I'm Brian Clark. Presumptive Democratic nominee Kamala Harris has selected Minnesota Governor Tim Walz as her running mate. ABC's Selena Wang has more on the 60-year-old.
Minnesota Governor Tim Walz is a former high school teacher, high school football coach, National Guard member, and he's a 6-term member of Congress. He has a backstory that the Harris team believes is going to appeal to those rural, battleground swing state voters. But his actual policies has been very progressive. As the popular Minnesota governor, he's enacted and championed free school lunches, codifying abortion.
Republicans have jumped on Walz' record. Senator Lindsey Graham said, "Great day for the left, bad day for middle America," as the Trump campaign called him a liberal extremist. Harris and Walz expected to appear together at a rally in Philadelphia tonight, kicking off a tour of battleground states. This is ABC News.
Inside Sources' Boyd Matheson joined me right after this news started to break this morning with his thoughts on the pick of Tim Walz.
Coming out here in the next little while, they're scheduled to make an appearance together later on today. And so a little bit of a surprise choice for the vice president. Many people were thinking she was leaning towards the governor of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, mostly because of the electoral votes that are in Philadelphia and Pennsylvania. But this is an interesting one. He is a former school teacher. He's been in Congress. He's in his second term as governor in Minnesota. He's 60 years old. And he's one that I think does two things for Vice President Harris. One, he definitely softens the edges. He is a very folksy, down-to-earth kind of politician. He's very casual on the campaign trail, and so kind of smoothing out some of the sharper edges that sometimes the Harris campaign tends to have. I think the other interesting thing in this choice over Governor Shapiro is this is clearly a nod to the far left of the Democratic Party, who were very much against Governor Shapiro because of his stance on Israel and the war in Gaza. And so definitely a tip of the hat to the far left of the Democratic Party by this particular choice. He just definitely has this down-to-earth, little different kind of politician. You know, when he was in Congress, he represented a pretty conservative district there in Minnesota. And so he does have that ability to get out and do the grip and grin kinds of things. And he's also been pretty effective, though, I have to say, in terms of being the attack dog against the far right of the Republican Party. So that's often the role of the vice president nominee in a campaign. And he's been willing to jump in and do that and has done that pretty well. Again, he does it from an interesting perspective. He's not one of those traditional Democrats. Again, he's been representing in Congress a conservative district, and then, of course, the state of Minnesota.
We're going to be following it closely today and no doubt talking more about it tomorrow because they're reportedly going to be making their first joint appearance at a rally in Philadelphia tonight, which was part of what led to all of the speculation that her pick would be Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, but it turns out to be Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, and reactions still coming in this morning. Keep it here on KSL News Radio on the In-Depth at 15 and 45. 8:49, traffic and weather together, brought to you by Sinclair's DinoPay app. Save up to 20 cents a gallon. Seems like we've been looking at stop-and-go traffic all morning long, Andy.
Yeah, and all these different places, too. 201's what I'm looking at right now between Bangerter and 3200 West, and we've got delays along the 90th South stretch for eastbound traffic between Redwood and 700 West, getting over to I-15 because of a crash. Slowdowns on I-15 itself, they're improving, but still pretty heavy through Bluffdale and through Murray right now. Heather?
We do still have slowdowns southbound I-15 going through Farmington into Centerville, as well as on Legacy Parkway through that same stretch, Farmington to Centerville. That was all due to an earlier crash on southbound I-15 right near Parish Lane. That is cleared up. All the lanes are now open, and the crash is completely cleared. You do have a little bit of congestion, though, on US 89 right by Harrison Boulevard in South Ogden. Eric.
Crash on the Wasatch Bank, southbound US 40. If you're exiting to go onto Kearns Boulevard, that's SR 248, and head into Park City that way. On the off-ramp itself, you've got a crash that's limiting traffic, limiting the flow a little bit. If you're down Utah County, the flow is limited a lot because of a crash that happened Redwood Road over at Camp Williams quite a bit earlier this morning, and right now the northbound delays are still intact from Lehigh's Main Street all the way up to Camp Williams, and you've got further slowing on 2100 North and Pioneer Crossing eastbound from Redwood over to the freeway. Are you facing wage garnishments and threats from the IRS? Don't face the IRS alone. Call Utah Tax Attorney Jordan Wilcox. Visit taxhelput.com. That's taxhelput.com. Eric Butler in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL 7-day forecast does have the smoke moving back in. For today, we've got clean air, partly cloudy skies, and a high of 103. Tomorrow, smoke moves in by late afternoon and evening, mostly sunny with a high of 100. 98 mostly sunny and smoky on Thursday. Friday, partly cloudy, 99. 97 with a slight chance for thunder on Saturday. 93 on Sunday, 30% chance for a pop-up storm. Then it's 92 and partly cloudy by Monday. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Nice clear morning out there, though, which makes it nice. And this is one of those strange days when it's actually warmer in Salt Lake City, at least now, than it is in St. George. It's 83 degrees there, 84 in downtown Salt Lake City. They'll hit 108 later this afternoon. They can have that one. The 7-day forecast brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful, and we'll get one more look at how the markets are doing this morning. The last time we checked, bouncing back nicely from the big downturn yesterday, so stay with me.
High five! Up top! Heck yeah!
Dave's company just got the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business.
Yeah, 5 years!
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
High five for gig speed.
5 years of advanced security.
Security win.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Our rate ain't changing.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
There it is.
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Woohoo!
Now he's got savings.
I'm so excited.
Yep. Dave's feeling it, but it's only for a limited time, so don't wait. Switch today and ask how to get the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping. Woo!
Ends 8/21/24. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
This is Lisa Nichols from Intermountain Health with Your Life, Your Health. In June, leaders from Intermountain Health were invited by the White House to attend a meeting in Washington, D.C. that highlighted efforts to reduce suicide deaths by firearms. At the meeting, Rob Allen, Intermountain President and CEO, said, "We understand people may have differing views about firearm ownership. However, we can agree on one thing. We all want to keep family, loved ones, and neighbors safe in a moment of suicidal crisis by creating distance between a suicidal thought and access to a firearm. Firearms are the leading cause of death by suicide in Utah. This contributes to the state having a higher than national average suicide death rate. It's not that there are more suicide attempts, but rather that firearms are very lethal." One of the initiatives highlighted by the White House meeting was Intermountain's efforts to get gun locks into as many homes as possible. Intermountain has distributed nearly 67,000 free gun locks since 2019. The time between when people think about suicide and make an attempt is often extremely brief. Gun locks give more time for people to seek help, talk to a family member or friend, come to emergency room, or call 988. Suicide is not an issue one organization can solve. But together, as individuals and a community, we can make a difference. I'm Lisa Nichols with Intermountain Health on KSL News Radio.
Time to take one more look at Utah's money this morning, brought to you by Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com. Elon Musk is filing another lawsuit against OpenAI. Musk co-founded the company back in 2015 and has already sued them, I think back in February, accusing it of abandoning its original nonprofit mission. This new lawsuit is twice as long, we are told, and accuses OpenAI of actual racketeering. Utah getting a Dunkin' Donuts. The coffee chain announced a location in West Jordan right at 1410 West and 90th South. Convenient for those of us that live out there. While it seems like it's Utah's first Dunkin' Donuts location, Corey has informed me that there was actually a third location, but there's another. That one is closed? All right. But there is a Dunkin' Donuts and has been for a while, since 2020 at Hill Air Force Base. Fashion company Dolce & Gabbana is making their dogs more stylish. They've rolled out a canine designer perfume, believe it or not. They're telling us that it smells like sandalwood and musk. Your pooch can smell like sandalwood and musk, and it only costs $109 a bottle, just in case you're thinking about it. Markets recovering about half of the losses from yesterday. We're up 500 points right now on the Dow, 1.3%. The S&P is up 84. That's 1.6%. The NASDAQ has gained about the same, 1.6%, with a gain of 257. We'll see if anything's improved on the roads out there with traffic and weather together next.
Need a ride? Call Utah Transit Authority's referral line.
This dedicated phone number is a resource created specifically for individuals with disabilities, aging adults over the age of 60, and veterans who